How is it going, guys? We are back at a little bit of a different timetable. We're a little bit past degenerate hours, but we're still gonna I do believe we're still gonna get some remnants because it's not that much past the rancidness of it. But we'll see how many aces in a gray suit we run in today during the finale of Trapper versus Skull Merchant. One of these killers will be today either progressing into further into the who's the most gutter killer. The other one will escape like Ghostface and will no longer be the worst killer in the game. I did see your message. Yeah, I just saw it. So for those who don't know, if you're playing against a hacker and you're playing Survivor and you jump into a locker, the hacker can basically soft lock you and keep you in the locker for all of eternity, even after the match ends. So be careful. Don't go hiding in lockers when you have a hacker on your team. How's it going, Alex? Here we are. Masquerade event finale. Let's see what's going on here. What have they done with the Masquerade event? I haven't played it yet. I've been gone. So, Trix is her name, I think. I don't know, Trix. Trikes. No idea. What a bad thing for a stream. Can't watch it today. Well, good luck. Sorry about that, Haddonfield. Unfortunately, because of the current work schedule, this will probably be our stream time for a little bit. Unfortunately, but yeah. Worst part is he was impersonating Spooky Jukes. They do that a lot with Spooky Jukes. They really hate him. You woke up this morning, saw you were streaming here, grabbed a gabagoo. Sorry. All right, address to impress, complete quest to receive new masks, weapons, outfit, badges, blah. Baby King and the Wraith. Ingredients high in blood points. We got the coconut scream pie. Stay tuned for more. Okay. Gameplay details. Okay, blah 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 blah. Well, what can they do? Okay, so survivors can block windows in a chase for 4 seconds. They can set a party palette again. They have quiet mode back again. Okay. The killer has endure any stun. Remote destroy a palette, which is like insanely strong, and remote hook. God, remote hook is back. Something that feels better than remote hook, honestly. What do we got in the inbox? 25k. Bleh. We had 16 days to juice it. Is that how long this event lasts? Yeah, it is. Well, let's get juicing. Jeremy, the Harambe King. How's it going? All right, I don't. We have to play. I guess we finish it in the event, huh? We'll see if that makes a difference. Ooh, get wrecked. Yeah, cheating bastards. You cheating bastards. All right. Kind of curious to see how long the queue times are going to be today. I guess we start out as a killer. Let's lock in. The event should last 30 days. Oh, hopefully they extend it. Sometimes they do. People are pretty upset about the amount of cakes you earn now. Apparently it's like way less than you earned in the past. Let's just like, I don't know, let's do like 5 levels. See, did we get any cakes? We got 6 for 5 levels. It's not too bad. I think it's P100s that get hurt the most though. We did have a trapper build somebody wanted me to try out. I think it was this, I think it was that. Let's see if I can find it. Says Honing Stone, Bloody Coil, perks, pop, oppression. Okay, what the hell? Am I on perks? Like, where is oppression? Almost. The Rilling Tremors. It's definitely not a build I would use myself. So we'll see. What's the last perk? Oh. The Trail of Torment. So we don't even use Corrupt here. No Corrupt on Trapper. Very scary. This is a very scary build, but we'll try it out. Is there anything I'm missing? On spots that disable loops and pallets. Okay. Okay then, let's give it a go. What's up, Ray? Zug Zug? Long time no see, true. We were doing a little traveling, but we're back on July 1st. He did, but you know how he finally just bit the bullet. Ray did. He's like, I've had enough of this garbage. If the universe won't give it to me, then I'll take it. It was time. Wonder if the queues in the normal mode are better. It's just all of the like challenges are tied to the event, so kind of have no choice but to play the event, I think. I don't think that the event is so wildly different that it will completely change the outcome of matches. The only thing is that it's possible the event has a slightly looser matchmaking, but I don't know. Like, Behavior has stated that, like, in these event modes, even 2v8, that you... Maybe not 2v8, actually. I don't know what they said about that, but in the normal event modes like Chaos Shuffle and stuff, it still takes your MMR that you're currently locked in at on your like main to matchmake you in the event. It's just that your MMR can't change basically in the events. So we'll see. I've been on vacation too, Zug Zug. I was traveling around Germany a little bit. Went to a lake for a good while. Just got back. Lock it in for our... I think we did have like an intermission stream. Like I came back before we left for the lake. I think I streamed once then, but I haven't got a good taste of the current situation yet. Swift bully survivors are perfect epitome of high school bullies. If we mock you up, you should just drop your pants, make a face, but if you retaliate, you're ruining everyone's fun. The double standard kills get treated compared to survivors is bizarre. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of savage double standards in DBD. I don't really... It's perpetuated, I guess, by a lot of content creators. Like the devs force killers to play in certain ways, and then the community gets kind of like fed this narrative that killer players don't have to play that way, and then they're just doing it on purpose because they're assholes. I guess. Hello, I finally watched the final season of Squid Game. Without any spoilers, did you like it or did you not like it? Went up to cabin up in the Rockies. Nice. Did a technology cleanse. It's nice, isn't it? I still have that like thing, you know, like I don't like to bring my phone around with me as much as possible. I usually leave it somewhere, you know, and then like people will flip out because I'll come to my phone like 12 hours after they messaged me. They'll be like, I thought you were dead. It's only like, it's just like, I don't know. I don't like it. I like to commit and then uncommit. What's my opinion on Squid Game? Well, I loved the first two seasons. The third season, I liked it, but at the same time, I think it's really difficult to, you know, end stories. At least it seems like it's difficult to end stories, but I think they did a pretty decent job. I think it's the healthiest way to do it, because if your phone is glued to you, you'll just constantly look at it. So, 2 toolboxes and 2 flashlights. Okay. Yeah. What is this guy? Bringing a blossom. He's ready to go next. Yeah, the games they come up with are really good. I always just think about like, when are they gonna make like a real true Squid Games video game, you know? I was about to play with keyboard and mouse. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, so I want to, according to him, I need to hold a 3-gen here. And did we get basement? We did. That's pretty big. So don't be afraid to lose gens. Try to hold this 3-gen as tightly as can be tightened. Not a really good grasp, but we'll take it anyway. I think this isn't a too bad spot to hide a trap. Like, sometimes they just want to be optimal while pathing, so you can get people with something like that. Do a obvious one there. I hope I said that right. Someone's trying to be self-aware, huh? I'm gonna just grab 2 of these traps and then head back. Sprint burst toolbox player? Okay. Rolling. So we do have someone on that gen over there, so we know we need to go pop that. Oh, we're still doing the like weird swing glitch. Wow, that was rancid. They broke that 3-gen like a tryhards with toolboxes. Alright, well, we can't rely on the 3-gen anymore, it's lost. We gotta confirm the kill. Alright, so she's down. Let's get back over here. Good luck. Jeez. All right. Hey, it worked out the first time, didn't it? It worked out the first time. Don't worry, guys. It was a... Shit. I don't know how I do that every time so consistently. You guys don't like the super tiny screen? Like, what? He's too locked in, dude. When I lock in, it's over. My diaper gets filled like instantly. I have no idea. Slugging Legion is fire. How would I do if I was in Squid Game? I would probably just get out of it as soon as possible. Red light, green light myself, you know? How they rushed that gen was... That had to be a deja vu play, right? Somebody like, oh, it's Trapper going for a 3-gen, we need to break it ASAP. Don't, that's not, they can't pretend that they weren't sweating too, though. They definitely can't, because... that was a super try-hard play to try to rush that gen. Stealth. They tried to do a stealth gen rush, and they did. I think that they're probably gonna do a lot of Squid Game spin-offs. I would not be surprised at all if there's like a dozen. What's up, mates? Could be. I mean, the event queue is... there's no way it's going to be as sweaty as the normal mode, right? Two purple flashies. All right, Ash. Your build dumpstered round one. Let's see, the deja vu. Yeah, it was deja vu play. Why does it just... oh, yeah, that's right. The toolboxes weren't too extreme, but they don't really have to be. Botany is getting used a lot now. Saw vids in my YouTube feed all about a sudden difficulty spike. That's just the healing buffs taking hold, or are they messing up other things too? No. What happened is I honestly think the only thing that changed is I think behavior is messing with the MMR system in the background. I think they tightened MMR a little bit and people started playing against better survivors. Because like not really anything actually changed with this update. Like botany knowledge is like the only thing that changed, and if anything that just made people run more medkits or something, but it's not really. Like medkits are already completely busted, so that's, I don't really see how that would have any impact. And now from what I've heard is the same people who said that their matches were way harder are now saying that their matches are getting significantly easier, which means that behavior probably tightened the MMR a lot because they were testing something. Then everybody complained about it, so they, I think, maybe significantly loosened it again, even maybe more so than it originally was for like way easier matches. I don't know. But it's just weird that like so many people say the same things out of nowhere. You're not watching any spin-offs. It's like you don't even like Kate Blanchett. Fang literally tried to send me a Steam message in desperation to tell me that I was in mini screen, and I still just, I wasn't having it. All right, let's get that added in before I forget. Skull, yeah. Trapper takes the dub. They might just win every match in this mode. We'll see. Could have got lucky with our first game. You're welcome. I appreciate the attempt. I really do. I don't know if there's any hope. I think the only way to do it is probably to like do like bits or send like $1 donation or something. Be like, Joy, it's mini screen. That song and new followers get my attention a lot. Probably wouldn't be too difficult on Twitch because you can do like salt rewards and then like put a message in with a salt reward, like text to speech or something, but YouTube doesn't have text to speech. I think they added the remote hook last year in the anniversary event, but it is on the newer side. That's what they said, Lightwaves. I don't really know how the DC penalty thing is working. Like now people are saying that in order to get rid of your DC penalty, you have to basically play 20 matches for every like one DC you want to do, which just isn't gonna work out with cheaters and stuff at all. True, no more Squid Games or Stranger Things. Netflix has to really figure out a way to milk, don't they? What's up, LMR? It's actually super early here. I started the stream at about 8:40 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. The restream never went through. Restream being cringe. Let me restart it, see if it works. It's weird how like if you leave your PC alone for like a week, like it just everything just breaks. It's one of the fun parts of PC gaming. Like, oh, you weren't here for a week? Well, let me introduce you to your new computer. Garbage town and pain and suffering. All right, we'll just pretend this is where the stream started on Twitch, okay? Even though it actually literally is where it started. This game is making me want to DC as soon as I see Blight, so it's kind of a bummer. How many more Blights are you seeing now? Because like I was watching some, just like scrolling through DVD content creators that were playing Survivor the other day, and it was like they were playing against Blight, playing against Blight, playing against Blight. I was like, Jesus Christ. What's up, War? What is this stream time? It's the new stream time for the stream. Are you ready? Are you locked in? So this is when we're going to be streaming for the foreseeable future. All right, not forever, but the foreseeable future. The Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight. I didn't watch it actually. I just was looking at clips every once in a while on Twitch or Twitter, I mean. That was a YouTube exclusive match. That's right. That Trapper match was only for edgelords. This is peak full diaper hours for you? Oh, in America? What time is it where you are? You know, the thing is I haven't actually run into many survivors bringing the shroud yet. I think they will. It's just kind of wild that it takes so long for obvious metas to catch on. Like it really seems like they have to wait for content creators to spoon feed them like some of these things that seem so obvious. I'm sure the top Swifts are already doing it though. Bro, can I get like an anniversary thing here? Like, holy shit. There we go. I saw that, yeah. I saw somebody say that it's a nerf to killer because survivors are like they're spawning together, like solo queue survivors are spawning together, which is making them more efficient at splitting at the start and going to separate gens. And I thought that made sense, and that was a survivor player saying that, and I thought, okay, that makes maybe a little bit of sense, right? Because before your solo queue, you spawn randomly, you run to the nearest gen, someone's already working on it, you might just sit on the gen and try to help them, but now you can just like all split at the start. So I was like, okay, like players with more game sense maybe are getting a little bit of value out of it in solo queue, but the thing that's been wild to me is how many killers are saying it's a nerf. Like they're like, well, now like 1 or 2 gens always pop when I get it down, and I'm like, what game have you been playing for the past like few years? I can't even remember like when I played my last match where like 2 gens didn't pop on my first down. That's just like the absolute normal at IMMR. So like what, like honestly, like these players, it just makes me wonder, like, who are you playing against? Like, how bad are the survivors you're playing against that's not the norm? There's like no way to stop it unless you're, I don't know, maybe like nurse or something on like an indoor map. So you're saying survivor mains are not the brightest folk? Oh, no disrespect to survivor mains in chat. Who aren't the brightest? It's a bit weird, right? Because like, I don't know why, but it feels like killer mains for whatever reason seem to be a little bit more self-aware. Because like when survivor, like when any player's bad, when killer players are bad or when survivor players are bad, they have bad takes. They just always do. But when you play against like a good killer, they usually just seem to, not always, there's exceptions 100%, but they tend to be a little bit more chill in like endgame chats and stuff. When you play against like the highest tier survivors and they like dumpster you and their 4-man swifts or whatever, they always have like the most disgusting enormous egos, like zero self-awareness, that they had like a huge advantage. Lord Neiman, much appreciated for growing some muttons. I agree, it's a nerf. Like 99% of the time, anyway. I mean, 2v8 makes me think that light waves for sure. Our family got a new little one this year. Daddy loves you, H. Matthew Levictor, the Duck Lord. Do you think he plays Dracula? He calls himself the Duck Lord. Dead Dogs. Alright, this is gonna be a true test of punishment here, because Dead Dogs is a really shit map. I heard they're banning this map in comp now because it's so broken. I don't have any like specific strategies with Skull Merchant. I'd kind of just go for it. So I'm still doing that swing thing. Why is like my controller is actually broken, I think. If you really think I'm gonna just commit to that chase while you're still up here, that's pretty. And they scan on her. There is a pallet there. She's smart. She'd run to it. So she didn't run to that very obvious pallet. That's a big tail. She's desperate to juice the overpowered as the main building. Did not need to go down there. There was a pallet, a god pallet actually, went right to her right. She just skipped it. The girl came back for her her item. Doesn't know because I have undetectable. I mean, look at these plays. You could tell that this caliber isn't very high, right? So either this is the event or MMR is a bit cringe at the moment. This guy really ran for it, didn't he? Holy gen juicing Nick Cage. I mean, the MMR seems like it's way looser in the mode. This, like, either in this mode or overall right now, because this is like. Let's get over here. Make sure they don't kick that gen. You rush to gen while you're injured, Meg. Like, you know that has to be taken advantage of. I shouldn't have let her have that. I should have just pushed her the other way the whole time. I don't have anything to deal with, like, vaults here, so I just had to rely on her playing it bad, which thankfully she did. Watch out for flashlights. Same. It could be like a situation here where I need to start like going slug heavy. I haven't quite figured out what is causing that. I mean, they get that for free. I'm not too worried about it. Don't ever try to like worry about main. Lara's gonna get injured next time she steps in a thingy. Alright, they're just trying to rush these gens on the far ends. Made the read. She thought I would double back. Or she didn't think I would double back, I should say. Where'd that girl get clawed at over here? Oh. This has somewhat of a slug potential depending on how good Lara is. She should have blinded me there. Why am I not seeing like any of the anniversary stuff? Am I in the wrong queue? Right on the tip. 5-button mouse. Over, Nick. She's one drone away from being injured. Alright, and she has a claw trap on, so I can just track her now. GG. It's the wrong queue, okay. Well, at least I know that, oh, shit, it ain't over until it's over, huh? Drop her. What a bad little Nick Cage. Wrong cube. Present. No. Quitters. Let me just go ahead and clean up this mess here. Yeah, rage quitting is way more punishing. Just what you gonna do? How about a DPI? You're gonna just straight up change the sensitivity. I can't pick her up, so I have to wait till like Moria when they die. Not unless she crawls like right past a hook or something. Like, why can't I Moria in this situation? Like what's the actual reason I can't do it? Can't play with this system. Oh. Another good 5 years that'll be implemented. Whoa. A bit savage. There we go. Now, like, if I was like another content creator, I'd be like, I'm so good at this game. Those guys were like super high level. Look how strong their builds were. And I still won. See? They only got one gen done against me, the ultimate tryhard. Build request here. Alright, let's get that locked in. Some games are a lot more comfy to play with a controller, DVD being among them. Heck, I even played Black Ops 6 with a controller because I'm so used to it from your PS4 days. Yeah, that's how it is. I agree. Like, I get on Outlast Trials, I start playing with a controller, and I'm like disgusted, you know? So it's just, it is what it is. I think a lot of it just comes down to like, what did you play the game with first, and What did your brain mold around? Any add-ons? Okay, any add-ons. What am I using on this build? I'm using this and this. This. Probably just stick with that. Surge, we are gonna swap queues, so in case anyone's curious about that. But that's crazy. That was a normal queue. The difference between that and the I don't even know what I'm talking about. The difference between that and degen hours is insane, by the way. The speeding skull, much appreciated for growing some muttons. Edgelords are losing the July sub raise. And remember guys, we have a monthly goal, right? If we manage to hit the sub goal on both YouTube and Twitch, which is 50 for both, we will do a Harambe only stream as a kind of a celebration. Time to break chat again. Oh no. Well, everyone clench your cheeks and pray for a membership, because it might be coming. All right, what was the last thing in this build? Rapid. Okay. Zug with the 50 gifted. Much appreciated. Again, Zug. Very, very generous. And I do appreciate it. Lottie, Shrouded, Kicker, Light Waves. Oh wait, not Lightwave. Lightwave's just messaged. Caveman, Ethan, Teshi, Edguard, Hawks fan, Ray is already a sub. Cena, Valentine, Zoki, Dexter, White Shirt Guy. Okay. Flipping, Volgar, Hex Maker, Mateo, Keith, Greaseball, Oish, Smoke, 666XB, Ryu Walker, Rio got one, Mr. Perks for the win, Laws Thompson, Christian, Wolf Queen, Evil Peach, Alicia, Lake, Slender Overcomer, Silver the Droth, broke my mouth, Arson, It's Rabbit, Eddie, Killbuzz, Kings, Melberg, and Tasha. Also Leo. It just came in a little bit later. You're all now officially cringe thanks to Zug. He spread it. Spread it right across. Shelly Anderson, Evil Kitty, Turnip, David, Erika, Eric, Koji. They're still coming. Silver Willow. They like YouTube couldn't even decide who it wanted to give it to. Gotron. Are we more cringe? Even more cringe. Like skin. So to me that it doesn't prioritize the 30 watching than non-watchers. Yeah, somebody, I remember they talked about that with Twitch one time. They said like, why does it prioritize people who aren't watching your stream? And they say they do that because the idea is that somebody who's probably watched your videos before or has been to your channel in the past will basically get a notification that they're subscribed to somebody or they've been gifted a membership, and it's more likely that they'll go watch that person because of it, supposedly, is the logic. What's up, Hugo? We're going with Ash's build once again, but this time we're actually in the event, so we'll see how that impacts it. Let's get Skull Merchant updated. How long have you been cringe? I think since like basically since 2025, something like that. That's when you made the leap. You know, people say Skull Merchant's a really bad killer, and it's not that she's a good killer, but she's actually not that bad. It seems like if you really commit to stealth and slugging, because unlike a lot of actual stealth killers, Skull Merchant doesn't make any noise at all, so she could just sneak up on you if you don't have line of sight on her pretty effectively. So that means she's very map dependent. Like maps where it's really hard to get any stealth value, she's gonna suffer on quite significantly, like Area of the Crows and stuff. But maps where she can sneak up on people, she's kind of deadly in that way. You were cringe in the womb. You were cringe when you were in your dad's... Oh, okay. Okay. Not in your dad's sack ward. So that's pretty cringe. Should slap Harambe matches and some clutch games into some members only vids. That's a good idea. I always wondered like what would be like a good idea for members only stuff, or if it would ever be worth trying to like do like a Patreon or something like that, because I know a lot of creators do Patreons, but I was always like, I don't know what I would do. Your literal real name is cringe. Damn. What's up, Cosmo? Mr. Cringe, your room is ready. Pinhead is the quietest killer. So does that mean Skull Merchant actually makes some level of noise? We still have the plan that if all of this like base kit stuff comes through, like the base kit, I don't know if you guys saw this, I think I did post about it, but supposedly there was a leak that in the next Chaos Shuffle mode, the behavior is going to test out base kit Unbreakable and Tenacity together at the same time to see if it makes like a good anti-base kit slug. I think they want to incentivize people going for hooks and not slugging in the game mode. But is my second account on? No, they don't have like 2v8 or anything right now, so we're just playing solos. The matchmaking seems rough, but maybe not that rough. So if that's the plan, right? If they want to, if their mind is currently thinking we're gonna add base kit Unbreakable and potentially Tenacity as well to counter slugging completely, then I mean, that's a complete counter to slugging. You cannot slug at all. You down somebody, you're forced to insta pick up. Like, there's no way around it. And if survivors go down on pallets, you're basically just have to leave them there. Because... Or, no, not even leave them there. You have to just force pick them up instantly. Force pick them up instantly is what you'd have to do. Because you literally can't leave them. It's better to take the pallets down and get rid of the pallet than to leave them there, because then you get nothing. And if it does get that bad, we will be swapping probably. Like, if we can't find any way to deal with it, like if it's too stupid, then I really do think we'll just play in like a Swift. We won't be on comms, but I'll just play with you guys and we'll just bring in the most rancid builds imaginable, like literally the most rancid builds that we can come up with. And then we'll if we do escape, we'll always act like we're solo queue. We'll never let them know we're Swift ever. We'll be very cringe as humanly possible. We'll glaze each other as the best solo queue teammates anyone's ever had in the history of the game. And if we all end up in the dying state, we'll just abandon the match and it never happened. Right? It never happened, guys. It's really important. What's up, Braddy? I'm doing well. Hope you're doing good too. I have like a little bit of a conspiracy thought about that, is that Behavior purposely leaked that idea to see what the reception to it would be. And I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna put Base Kit, Unbreakable, and Tenacity into Chaos Shuffle, so that instead of people going, wow, this is a really stupid idea, instead of them doing that, they're gonna say, well, actually the Tenacity makes sense, but the Unbreakable is too much, or vice versa. They'll say that, you know, the Unbreakable is good, but Tenacity is way too much, so just remove one of the two, right? So they're kind of like, I think, having a plan to control the narrative, but still be able to add something in and be like, well, you guys are the ones who told us that we should do it. You know what I mean? I think they're smart enough to do something like that. They're very good at manipulation. It's just weird that to say that about like a dev team, but they really are. I have a video I want to make about Survive with Friends, about like the rarity and stuff of Swift, that I think some people will find interesting. Again, kind of showing how the community bullshits people when it comes to things. They'll say they'll find a way to rationalize this so they still get base Unbreakable, but see, they remove Tenacity, so it's not that bad. Exactly. I really do think that's why they did that. Because if they had just added Base Kit Unbreakable, for example, people would have been like, no, this is too much, this is stupid, this is really dumb, get rid of it. And then they'd be back to ground zero. But if they add both, then they can remove one, and it seems like somewhat of a victory, right? It's like a psychological game. Pretty smart, if that's what they end up doing. Queue times are pretty bad. I think I'll probably look for a YouTube video we can watch or something in between the next match. Knight and Skull Merchant were the best back-to-back killer drops for killer mains. That was a pretty savage meta, wasn't it? Does it take so long to find 4 players? Just the ratio of survivor to the killer, I guess. Too many killer players, not enough survivors. Someone clip this and have it ready. Am I a Meat Canyon fan? I actually just saw my very first Meat Canyon video. I had no idea what that channel was, and I came across a video called Disney for Adults. I was like, okay, I'm probably gonna be coming back here for a while. It's really funny. Meat Canyon is crazy. It very much is. I think he has a whole team, I would imagine. A few times tonight. Yep. The normal queues are actually pretty quick. Like, that was nothing. Here's your suggestion in between games. Okay, so can we even do his strategy on this map? I actually don't think we can, but I'm gonna try it. I'm just gonna stick to Ash's role here. There's basically no gen here to even defend, but either way, we'll give it our best shot. Not a Steve Ghoul. Just when I thought I was safe, I got Steve Gold.
You're invited. Get over it.
This would be the 3-gen, right? In this corner over here? I don't think so. We just let all the like main building stuff go. I haven't ever played the map this way, so it'll be interesting. There's no point in trying to like be fancy with these traps. There's no way to hide them at all. Hurrah! Oh, sneaky little shitter. That was a decision. Abstract, much appreciated for growing some muttons. Keep my thing for the Steve. Smart Choi maneuver as always. Not sure where she went. Dude, why do I keep walking in this trap? Why is it? It's so deadly. That was a very like orchestrated save they did there. No DS, oof, that's rough. We still have trail. It's pretty big. Clumsy Troy, dude. I mean, my traps attack me when I play this killer. Like, how am I supposed to remember where I placed a trap? Do I need to have a photographic memory to play the game? Like, Jesus. Bro's gonna be dead soon. Alright, so someone else will have to come for the save now because I hit her, right? So let's see. Oh, there it is. This Sable is a better player for sure. Ballsy to teabag people when like bum 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 ba-dum. Alright, so we see that they're on these 2 gens, so we can go pop this now. And we get oppression as value as well, potentially. Oh, never mind. She got it. Hi. 1 gen left, but we have our 3 gen, right? So are we that scared? We can hook her all the way over there by in our 3 gen. We just take the hit. We're not greedy. Our undetectable status is finally about to run out. 20,000 years later. Oh, I didn't see Mr. Headache's video, no. He's not interested in going for that save, I can feel that. Oh, hi. The other girl's injured, so like it would be the Kate that would want to go for it if anybody. We get second? I think we get second here. You're cooked. Lots more in the 3 gen over there. Look over there. I don't think anything feels harder at all. And now that people complained and it looks like they may have loosened MMR, it honestly probably is going to be even easier than normal. Big shit. The Kate is a shift W'er. You can tell. She was not, she's not your average shift W'er. She was born in the shift W. Ash might be onto something with this build here. This strategy in this build. This is pretty rancid. I'm just wondering how like really good survivors would play against it though. Oh, look at that. Well, you both can't use the window, so... She used the, like, hide thing, so we can assume that she's probably just trying to stealth somewhere nearby. Maybe even going for a pickup attempt. Ah, here it is. GG's. That's another Steve Ghoul down. What? Unskilled team. I'll get this Steve Ghoul not even running anti-tunnel. God, can the devs just add DS base kit already? Like, do you know how annoying it is that as Survivor you have to run anti-tunnel? God. Uh, 6. Toxic Polish. Okay, we got a skull merchant build this time. I believe that's right. Correct, Roy? Looking for the 4K. Ew, rancid. How do you find the motivation to play this game so often? I got on my P100 LN and I'm grinding for BP for P100 Xeno and other P6s, but I just don't want to play for a long time. I think it's one of the advantages of being like a content creator is that like playing the game it's not so much just about playing the game. Like not only am I like getting to like chat with you guys, but I also, because I'm a content creator, can do like, you know, challenges like this, you know, like Trapper versus Skull Merchant or other challenges or whatever, and that helps to keep the game like a little more interesting than if you were just getting on it to play it for fun. When I did though, before I was like a content creator, I would say that the things that got me on the game were like, I would be interested in learning a new killer, or I would have like a build idea and I would want to just test out a build. So you kind of have to find a little bit of self-motivation, I guess. Find things about the game that seem new or interesting. If you're running like the same builds every time and playing the same killers every time, I think it probably gets dull really quick. Three games, yeah. If I wasn't playing on stream, I'd probably be the same. You don't think you've changed your Trapper build for quite some time? 2 of those games include you DCing. Damn. Because you gotta play. True. A ranked mode would help. It would give you something to grind for. You like collecting sack wards, you sick puppy. Breaks help quite a lot. I took a 5-month break from this game and it is quite interesting again. True. Breaks help. If there's like, that's one thing. If there's something else you'd rather be playing than Dead by Daylight, you should play that. I think a lot of people kind of get like fear of missing out or whatever, or that they're gonna fall behind with DBD, so they feel obligated to play it over things they'd rather be playing, and that's a huge issue. If you'd rather be playing another game, play that game and then come back to Dead by Daylight when you're done with it. You'll probably have a better time. You shouldn't feel held hostage. It doesn't work that way, that you get like really good add-ons. I thought you got like a ton of styptics and stuff at P100. Yesterday you played Vecna once, got the most sweaty team possible, got 2 hooks total before the final gen was done. Because the map was so balanced, so I went to slug Billy for the rest of the day. It's a way to do it. And that's that conditioning that people don't understand, right? Is that like you have a match like that and it makes you immediately come back sweatier than you were before. The secret sauce is don't play the same killer for too long, switch your killer up, play a killer whose kid is alien to you, don't be afraid to exit your comfort zone. Yep. Try out different things. I'd love to come up with different builds before I was a content creator, you know? I'd be like, man, this like, if I use this add-on and this add-on with like these perks, like that could be like really fun. Maybe that's a little bit more difficult now with MMR just punishing you horrifically for trying to do non-meta things, but still an option. So I do have this video we can try.
Hey guys, Scott here. Today we're going to have a long, in-depth discussion about whether or not Dead by Daylight has actually gotten harder for killers. This has been a community sentiment for the past week now. I've reacted to a couple of videos surrounding this, so this is not just a small thing. This is a very widespread sentiment. People in my comment sections are arguing with me, saying that it absolutely has been.
So basically, this is Sky Yoon's new video where he's talking about how the killer is still, or people are still saying the killer is like very, very difficult, right? Is that a ball sack next to Skull Merchant there? That's a sack ward. All right, we use that to ward off vampires and map offerings. Prove it with a DNA test. I'm almost 100% sure the July chapter is The Walking Dead, right? Because it's in the little hint they gave us, it was The Ones Who Live, which is the new TV show with Rick and Michonne. So it's just 2 survivors and it's a licensed chapter. So The Ones Who Live would be Rick and Michonne from The Walking Dead, and then any legendaries against will probably come. And I just really, really hope that we don't get Negan as a survivor. Like, if they give us like legendary Negan as a survivor, I'm gonna vomit. Like, if that dude is a killer, like, let's not make me vomit here. All right, could be an amazing killer. This is after he reacted to Mr. Headache's video. Alrighty, let's see what he's saying.
And let me be clear first off, saying I'm not going to sit here on an arrogant hill and say, no, your experience is wrong. I can't tell you what your experience has been. All I can do is hopefully provide evidence that things really have not changed very much at all.
So that's like a really important thing, right? That he said there is that like he's not going to try to troll other people's experiences. That's what a lot of killer mains have been doing for a long time, right? Is they'll come in and they'll be like super arrogant and be like, actually, I play survivor 99% of the time, and the 1% of time I play killer. It's so easy. I can 12 hook just using my toes. I don't even have to use my fingers. It's the easiest thing in the world. And people who have to tunnel and slug and all these things, they're just bad at the game. And instead of trying to get better, they basically rely on these strategies. And it's really annoying, and I made a post about it on Twitter that like these people are really annoying. And the second they actually have to face resistance, a lot of the people that say that type of stuff will immediately crumble, and they'll cry harder than any killer main has ever cried in the history of Dead by Daylight, right? Like, as soon as they face it, and not even a little bit of it. And how I know a lot of them are self-reporting is with this thing they're saying about the 2 gens popping at the start of their match. That's 100% a self-report, because if you haven't been having matches where 2 gens pop at the beginning, that means you've been literally exclusively playing against shitty, inefficient survivors. Like, that is 100% the norm for my matches. And it's not because our like downs are slow. We get pretty good downs. We even usually will get like a free injure to if we're playing night, but the gens just fly. They just fly. So if you're finally playing against like a little bit more efficient players and crying about it instantly after you've been gaslighting people who've been like, you know, saying that survivor efficiency is insane when they actually know what they're doing, then it like fills me with like a gleeful joy, you know. I don't know, because they just like, there's so many gaslighters in the DVD community that tell you that no, you're just bad, dog. You're just not good. You have to rely on those cringe strategies. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll get through that video at some point. Yeah. You should be happy if only 2 gens pop, because that means that most likely at least 2 survivors grouped up on a gen. Like, the worst thing that happens, which is what happens a lot during degen hours, is that the survivors split up on 4 gens. So when you get your first hook, no gens pop, but 3 gens are at 80%. And like, what do you do when you have 3 gens 80% completed? You are so close to being in a situation where you're gonna have 2 gens left after your very first chase just because somebody was pre-dropping. So it's very, very difficult. Save the best. Okay, I gotta keep an eye out not to hit the obsession as much as possible here. Yeah, but Survivor died, 2 gens popped. That was great. Another thing Scott said there is that nothing has changed at all, which is... It is true to some degree that not much has changed, but I don't think we can underestimate the buff that Botany got, because it was already like an S tier meta perk, and they buffed it again, and in a pretty significant way, because they buffed self-healing with medkits, which is the strongest form of healing in the entire game. And if you stack that with something like Aurelis perk, they literally just got added in the previous chapter, you're now having like permanent will make it, and then you slap on Resurgence on top of that, and you just have like literally brain dead stupidity. I don't think Desperate Measures is something we need to worry about too much. Anyone who's complaining about that is probably just being a bit cringe. Yeah. Gens do be a flying when you're playing against efficient players. What's up, D-Man? If I were you, I'd probably go this way. Nice, no flashlight. Look, they all spawned together. Oh no, our life is ruined. So that was like the worst play they could have done, right? They tripled up on a gen. They didn't get it completed because I just watched right there. And they wasted all that time, and I have a hook now. That's what you want to happen. So these killers are 100% self-reporting with like how bad they are at the game. She's just gonna keep running, I think. I think she's that type of player. I can see her movements very chill. Alright, so the one person who actually separated got the gen done. What is that sprint burst? Holy shit, she ran halfway across the universe. Bro, why are you guys so fast? Is that Babysitter? They're both so fast. I think I'm chasing somebody with Babysitter right now. I probably need to get off of this. Like, this dude is zooming. Like, across the universe. How fast does he heal her? He can't get it done. Nah, we just go for her. You used to be able to actually do that, but the devs removed it from the game. They thought it was too unfair that there was counterplay. You just had to have finesse, didn't you? I'm a huge fan of these controls, honestly. I'm chasing the obsession here, unfortunately. I always do, though. That's why I don't use Biffle too often. I just, if the obsession's there, I'll find him and I'll make sure I tunnel him. Nothing I can do about it, guys. They're resetting. They got that gen done. Bro, yeah, you're a Vigil player, huh? Vigilant it up. I know. I actually find this like player's speed odd. It's just so fast. I got another person with babysitter. Yes. Tunnel the obsession, guys. That's how you win your matches. Not looking good. For some reason, my what you would consider like my right click is also swinging my weapon sometimes. That's what the issue is. I think I needed to play this differently from the start. I should have just tunneled to Meg. She was a super weak player, and now I've lost the game. So if you're ever wondering why weak players get tunneled, it's because if you're trying to be nice and like let them play the game, you'll just lose. You have to mercilessly tunnel them out and send them a shit talk message afterwards to make sure they never play the game again, or else there's just... I don't even know what you're doing. I think these guys might be on, like, believe it or not, I think this is a Swift. Like a bad one. But they're gonna win because they're Swift. Rapid brutality helping me get the hit. Oh wait, never mind. One gen left. Love to see it. Gameplay's peaking at 100 miles an hour. Because a shitty survivor could do a gen just as fast as like anyone else, right? You got to get him out of the game. I could have won this, but I lost it on purpose. Tunnel bad players. That's the lesson I learned here, right? You see a bad player, tunnel mercilessly, relentlessly. Make them hate Dead by Daylight. There's no way to bring this back. I think there's no way. They would just have to be really, really, really dumb and let me slug them, I think, is the only hope. I think I have to go like all slug at this point. Damn. She kept eyes on me. I don't even think I've hooked this girl. I'll just leave her slugged. The other two are going to be around Killer Shack, so let's just head that direction now. Okay, bro. My ping wants to fucking talk to your lawyer right now. I think I've hooked this guy before, right? They're definitely vigil abusers. I could tell because of the like immense value they're getting out of good grab, go for it. Oh, we're gonna get a lot of jolt value here, aren't we? This guy has nothing, by the way. He wasted it already. Let's just get him dead. Now I want to hook you somewhere farther away. Ah, they screwed it up. Ah, that's why he wanted to get down. He had Unbreakable and he was proud of himself. That's fine. That was a crazy vacuum, wasn't it? That dude, like, should 100% have gotten hit there. Alright, I need to keep an eye on that gen over there. I could get rid of that one in like a desperate flurry. Doesn't look like they're on it right now, which is good. They found somewhere to reset. Wrong Unbreakable play. There they are. Nice. So maybe use their sprint burst. This Leon cannot stop running into walls. This dude's like a drunkard over here. Hey. Oh, they didn't actually think she had that. Oh. Altruism gives free wins. It does indeed. Bigger DBO right here. They want to win. This is trying to min-max his sprint burst, whatever it is. I know Leon was on Death Hook actually. Oh, okay. Mia's going for it all. This girl's back on this over here. I might try to shift W this way because she probably knows I'm coming. No, it stays. Yeah. Edge map runner, huh? The girl's not here anymore? Yeah. I just like look at, oh, you can't do basement, can you? Twitter probably. Oh, I was lucky. When you have Vigil loaded 24/7. I wonder if survivors get hatched like way less often now because they always abandon. Lucky win. Hell. I guess. Only one vigil, man. Damn. That was painful. Surge value, yeah. Well, they 3-gen themselves a little bit, sort of. I mean, not really, but the gens were at least not horrifically split. Let's put it that way. Blood Rush, that was. That's why he sprinted for so fucking long. Okay, I like it. You don't see that much, but it was savage. I really thought it was like Babysitter or something. Bro, sprint bursted, blood rushed, and then sprint bursted again. And he did it with off the record too, which is pretty good. Like, this guy really didn't want to be tunneled. I definitely should not have attempted. The unique way to like prevent yourself from getting tunneled. It's pretty cool. Donian, much appreciated for growing some muttons.
184 grew some muttons.
By the way, you know, one thing I like literally have never checked ever is I don't even know where it is anymore. Rift Pass. Am I done with this? Jeez. Alright, well, we're very close to being done with it. It's so much more grindy this time, huh? Like, they really made it way more grindy. They just padded it with a bunch of like really garbage reskins. I don't know why they did that. All luck wasn't them throwing. You do get to that stage of a match where you have to rely on the survivors throwing sometimes. And just play off of it best you can. All of that will be impossible in the future when they nerf everything that the killer can do to make a comeback. Current Ripped is not very good, I agree. It's like the most grindy and probably the worst skins I've ever seen. Good for Harambe, yeah, that would have been a good Harambe match for sure. I think like Rapid Brutality needs a buff to where it makes up for the wasted time of like wiping your weapon, right? So it should be like, I don't know, 12 seconds or something at least. Either that or make the haste a little bit better on it, like 7%. I think 7% would be pretty good for 10 seconds. Would be a little bit more anti-shift W for M1 killers. I mean, who are we hurting so much with the existence of that perk? High mobility are already all the S tiers anyway. Okay, back to the Ash Trapper. Can we go 3 for 3 with this build? Only one way to find out. Oh, why is her chest piece on this red? Shouldn't it be blue? Why is it red? Who's this dude? Spirit, doctor, nurse, trapper, huh? The red is base color, but I feel like they should have made it blue. That looks really dumb that it's locked in, you know what I mean? Like, you can't change the shirt. So nobody's ever going to use this hat if you can't make the outfit blue. Like, I don't think you would ever see someone do that. It's like really, like, I've seen, like, that's like a really bad choice, whoever thought that was okay. Okay. Nobody will ever play Outmaster anyway, fair point. Our other trapper skins got eliminated. Can we make a like an anniversary event trapper skin? Is that possible? Like, cause this is the weapon. Or you could go like Frosty on it. Maybe rock with that one mask. Where is it? No. Like this one? I don't know. I don't think we can. We're just not built for it. Houndmaster is A tier, by the way. I think it's one of those situations again where it's like she's B tier, and if you main the character, you dedicate your whole life, you divorce your wife, you abandon your children, you get Houndmaster tattooed above your butt cheeks. I think maybe then you can push her to A tier, but you really gotta completely dedicate your entire real life to the character. You know? Kind of like what I did with Knight. Maybe I'll let you guys see my back tattoo. My lower back Knight tattoo. It says Knight heart emoji. Have a good night, Attribution. I know. At least this skin has unique music. Just leave it on. But we haven't lost with this one yet, so we gotta keep it going. Now to bump her up to A tier. Noise. She has some choice words about me stealing Knight from her. I tell you what, I'll she can have Knight, right? Like she can have Knight, and I'll just keep the Senno Knight. You can have Knight, I have Senno Knight. I get Witcher music with this one.
Where the devil are we?
I do still really like Houndmaster. I think she's cool. Just they need to like fix a lot of her bugs and her jankiness still. Like the dog is still really dumb. Like it's really dumb. Like you will have a full path out in front of you of exactly where your dog is supposed to go. You'll send it and it just won't follow the path. I hate it so much. But this add-on here is the only reason I would agree that it's even possible to get Houndmaster to A tier. It basically gives her on-demand stealth, so she can play an entire match out with no terror radios. That's her saving grace right there. Kind of like Skull Merchant, just being undetectable constantly. Shift W is the biggest problem in the game right now. Best build for Pinhead. Now, this is what I was rolling with. I don't know if I would say this is his best build though. What else do we have? I never really played Pinhead too much in the slug meta, but something like this would be closest, I think. Maybe not Impaling. I'd probably go with like Original Pain now. Like Original Pain or even Engineer's Fang. Always have Lament configuration on. It's like mandatory for the killer to even have a chance. It's one of those add-ons that brings him up by like an entire tier. Superior is really good on him because you can chain people going through windows, Superior behind him, and always get a guaranteed hit. Franklin's is pretty much required when you play against good survivors because they'll just beat you with efficiency if you don't have it. Forced hesitation maybe isn't necessary. I like to use it because it's really good if you're trying to slug, but maybe not 100% necessary. You could go with something like, I think you know where to hide, and Trail of Torment is a really good perk combo right now. You get good gen regression and like a good undetectable. Yeah, I agree. Limelight configuration should actually be base kit for Pinhead. That would be like the only change I would make to the character. Is it self-hatred? I just like, you know, we hear a lot about how like who the worst killers are in the game, and I kind of just avoid a lot of those killers. So like who do we have all in it? I actually don't even remember. We got Ghostface and Pig, so we already figured out that Ghostface and Pig are nearly identical in terms of strength. But Ghostface is just a tiny bit better. Like a very tiny bit better. So far it feels like Skull Merchant is better than Trapper, but that may have been a skill issue. We'll see if there's any bringing it back. Clown and Trickster, that one is gonna be pretty brutal for me because I really hate playing Trickster a lot. Demo and Dredge. A lot of people will still think that I should have put Myers in here, but I honestly don't know like where Myers wouldn't. I think Myers could easily beat like all of these killers in a 1v1, or comparatively, I mean. Boom, 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 boom. That's why the AI dog makes me laugh. It's true. Like being on Unreal Engine 5, they definitely should be able to lock at least that down. It's Wilson from Castaway. You're right, it is Wilson from Castaway. There was this old Masters of Horror episode called like The Fair-Haired Child, where this girl gets locked in a basement with a monster, and this mask reminds me a lot of that too, but this is definitely Wilson. Crazy how the poster child for DBD is one of the worst killers in the game. It's like the trick with like Trapper though, right? Is I don't think there's any variation of Trapper. Like if Trapper was basically like a meta killer, I think he would be the most miserable thing to play against in the entire game. Genuinely. That could be a little bit biased because I hate playing against Trapper myself. The only like fun I can really have when I play against Trapper is to just follow him around and try to harass him the entire time. But like a real meta Trapper, my god, that would be brutal. Always injured or always stuck. Yeah, good trap placements there. There's no killer shack, so you'd have to think more 3-gen, I guess. Log off the main building or something. I like the main area. Greenville Square. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. This is gonna be a hard 3-gen, no? Because like they can come at it from like every direction. I feel like it's gonna be a little bit rougher. Oh, it's just that. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I placed that right, but I'm in kind of a rush here. Alright, we got an injury there. Not bad. We got basement here that could come into play later. A lot of sprint burst vigil going on right now. Ooh, that's huge. That's huge. Alright, so they're back on that gen. That's not too surprising. Can you imagine if she has Wicked? I'd cry. Some survivors will just bum rush, like, basement in this situation. Pop it. Stay relatively close. With 2 gens there. This gen I'm just not gonna be able to keep, unfortunately. It's too difficult. I need to commit to the basement kill and then slug the other 3 probably. Another sprint burst vigil play. They're just trying to get the gens done. I don't think this team is that stupid to try to get her out of there. I think they know she's dead. Yeah. All sprint burst vigilers. They came here to shift W and chew bubblegum, and they're all out of bubblegum. Well, it'll get interesting. We do have a 3-gen back there still. Well, he's going for it. See how it works out for him. No! Why did it lurk? Ah! We lose. Skill issue or what? Did I place it too far back? She's gone, dude. It's over. We lost. I put it too close. I should DC right now, actually. How is that too close? It's a mile away. Ah, we lose this. Guaranteedo, we lose it. Rapper moment. What a dumbass character this is. Thinking you just have the right to jump over anything and not get instantly, like, your game should crash, your Xbox should get the red ring of death. Like, how can we exist in this format where we allow that to even be a thing? Bro, 4 sprint burst vigilers I'm playing against here. This is fucking like the most rancid bullshit I've seen in a minute. Can I not have the swing bug? Oh my god. It's over. My controller just broke completely. She doesn't even heal. Yeah, I'm in a chase game, for fuck's sake! I need that bloodlust. See you in hell, Choi. Yep. Oh, you misplaced your trap by a pixel? You lose! I can't handle it. No, I need to try to pop this one if possible. Sprint Burst Vigil! Sprint Burst Vigil! That's how I like to play the game. Do gens and Shift W. Oh my god, he's chasing me! Oh, I got hit instantly! How do you play this game? It's unfair! Bum 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 bum. He was back on this again. That's pretty rancid. No, he wasn't. Okay. Absolutely no way to defend this. Like, genuinely. The Sprint Burst Vigil! It's like Trapper's worst nightmare, isn't it? It's just Sprint Burst Vigil over and over and over again permanently. While also having like some kind of horrible brain defect where he just swings constantly. Oops, make sure to place it 12 paces back from the window. So what happens when you buy like a cheap controller, guys? I think I actually need to swap after this. My controller is completely broken. Oh. Fine. Alright, this guy made a stupid play there. Let's make sure that he doesn't have something cringe. Alright, a little bit of a crash out, and the controller thing drove me insane. I gotta swap that. Genuinely, like, I can't recreate what's causing that bug to happen. It's weird. You know, it's like it only happens when I don't want it to happen. I can't, like, happen, you son of a bitch. I don't know. This is schizophrenia. We nerfed Haywire because in a comp environment with a single killer, it's too powerful. Like, they act like comp players don't, it's impossible for comp players to ban a perk. Like 90% of the perks in the game are banned in comp. Let's see here. What did our nice Russian friendly player say, I wonder? He says, I'm just in awe of this game. Fucking trap teleported under me when I ran up to disarm it. And then he says, fucking sables always bring trouble. Oh, that was the Sable who said that. So I thought someone was shit-talking the Sable, but she was just shit, or the player was just shit-talking Sable as a character. You were told that by 2 consultants. Oh god. When do you think Behavior is going to add all of the other people into the, not the consultant program, but the creator program, so that we can get, like, paid for org cells sold with our code? When do you think that they're gonna let Choi into the program? Yeah, a singularity with a very, very specific build. If it's that big of a problem, then just don't let singularities like cameras work within range of the Exegate. Like, sorry, must have 10,000 viewers concurrently and give a kidney. I've done that. Well, maybe you shouldn't have fucking opened your mouth then. Comp players are definitely desperate in a lot of ways to make this game more competitive than it is. Or more competitively balanced, I should say. It's a very competitive game. Well, we did it. We won with Trapper. Oh, it would have been a way easier win if we hadn't just absolutely screwed the pooch there. But a Trapper can snowball like crazy good. One of those like it's never over till it's over type killers. What's the difference between these builds? This one I have superior. No, I kind of like this one. I feel a little bit naked without a way to stop vaulting, but it's not that bad. I've been using Superior Anatomy on Pinhead since the perk came out. I've always been a huge fan of that combo. I think was massively underrated on him. You know, but if we were going to nerf a perk because it's strong on one killer, who can really use it well? Why does Shoulder the Burden exist when it's the best use for the strongest survivor scenario? Well, Pally, here's the problem, okay? By saying Shoulder the Burden is a good perk, then you're implying that Swifts exist, and we all know that Swifts only make up 0.1% of the player base, and out of that 0.1% of Swifts, only 0.1% of that 0.1% are actually good at the game, while the other Swifts are just trying to have fun with their friends after work, not taking the game seriously at all, not ever running a meta perk. So therefore there is no issue with Shoulder the Burden, and it may as well just exist in the game and be buffed probably.
What the fuck is that?
I already read the first line of your message, but just not out loud. Okay. Here's how you get into the program. Get on your knees, rubber band your hair back if it's long, and go visit Matthew in Canada. Damn. The implication. I mean, it is true, though. Like, metaphorically speaking, anyway. At least up until now. Like, you know, the ball is in their court, but I don't see it. I don't see the true talent or either of us are going to make it into the program. You had the audacity to question our choices? You had the audacity to tell people how to see their MMR that we keep hidden for good reasons. True was apparently offered the program and turned it down? Really? So I thought you had to apply to even get like something, but maybe because he was like a former Fog Whisperer, they just like automatically offered it to him or something. I wonder if they offered it to Dowsy. Wait, he was turned down consultant, or he was turned down the creator program? Because the creator program is kind of just like a net positive, isn't it? Like, you just basically get kickback from your community. It's like a side way of, it's like almost like a sponsorship. Creator. Dowsy is long gone from this game. He did come back shortly, and then he disappeared again. He doesn't want to be a spokesman in any sort. Well, I like I said, I'm pretty sure will literally never get offered with the program. I don't know. Do you guys know if Scott made it into the program? Or do they consider him not brand friendly either? A basic MMR is so brain dead anyone could put it in a game, yet they need lawyers to protect it. Yep. Can't let people see it. Just like we can't let people see who plays in a Swift. Can't do it. You, True, and JC are all the DVD content creators I need. You guys speak your minds and don't blindly follow DVD Twitter mindset. I hear that a lot about Quiet Kills as well. What just happened to our queue times? Alright, well, you know what we can do during this.
And some of the things that people are complaining about are actually good, not bad. So that's all I can do. But obviously, I can't change what your perception of the difficulty of these matches has been. If you're finding the games harder, then that's accurate to you. I'm not saying you're wrong here. Let me just show you what I mean when I say a lot of this is kind of just based on things I don't find to have a very, very strong foundation. So let me extend an olive branch.
King Whoopity is a bit crazy.
Point that people are bringing up here. People have been going over the fact that the games are harder.
You've watched it?
People are not able to disconnect anymore. They're not able to, well, they can still disconnect. I can see, like, I'm still having people disconnect the exact same amount that I would have people kill themselves, but the whole point is people are less likely to give up now because the penalties
Constant
are
shiz
based
talker.
on, you know, trying to...
In my experience.
Now, really the only way out of it is just disconnecting. And that'll get you a penalty, but now, you know, killing yourself on hook repeatedly will give you a penalty as well. So people...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're... And even the devs have gone on to say this, right? Which is that, like, depending on what region you play in and depending on what time you play on, you're going to have vastly different experiences. And not just its time, its region, and it's also what days you play on. So, like, the weekends are going to feel different from the weekdays. The degen hours are going to feel different from the normal hours. The regions are gonna all be different. Like, there's a lot of different experiences in Dead by Daylight, and I do think you kind of cap out in certain ways with, like, I don't think that, like, I'm better than, like, other top MMR killers or whatever. So, like, it's not like an ego thing, but I do think, like, people are really, like, products of their environment, and I'm seeing that more and more depending on where they stream and all that, and I'm trying to pay, like, closer attention to it. So I think that it is possible that, like, say, like, Scott and I, like, swapped places. It could be that I would think very much like the same way he does about, like, the balance of the game, right? Because so much of the balance of the game is just based around, or your perception of the balance is based around who you're playing against. So it is very Dunning-Kruger in that way. Like, you know, until you've really seen the consistent rancidness. Like, today our matches have been pretty like chill. You know, like we went against this like sprint burst vigil team, which was cringe, but like overall the match was pretty chill. I just screwed up with my trap placement, and like those survivors like literally are crumbling today. These aren't the like my normal degen hour survivors. I can feel that pretty. I haven't seen one ace in a gray suit, which is what I said at the beginning. Like, we're out of degen hours now. How many aces in a gray suit are we gonna play against today? And so far we've played against, I think, 0. If I was degen hours, it would be every other game, if not every game I would play against an ace in a gray suit. I haven't seen one heart name today either. Not one, like, if this was degen hours, that guy's name would be Kyle Hart's Butler. If you want easy games, VPN to NA servers, all perks and ego, no skill, easy games. That's been my experience before I came to EU, but obviously that was like at the very beginning of like MMR and stuff, so I can't speak for what it is like now. But I will say that like anytime I play with my American friends on Survivor, the killers we play against are just like, they're easy stomps. They're garbage compared to EU killers. Like, EU killers are so sweaty and tactical, and then you go to America and it's just like some guy playing Freddy on a Friday night drinking a smoothie while he's playing. It's just like, it's not the same. They get dumpstered. So I just think that it's different. I really do. It was brutal compared to NA. I think that there's a few reasons for that, but like one reason is that there's a lot of not necessarily actual comp players, but a lot of the comp like community is in the EU. Not a big fan of this map. The line of sights are pretty bad. Might lose a gen here. I'm gonna just go past this one. Yeah, we did lose a gen. We spawned Killer Shack. Kind of awkward, to be honest. They spawned there. I was like right next to me. This is a really, really bad map for stealth killers. The survivors see you at all times. This guy has pretty decent movement. Pretty decent movement, I'd say. I think we're in for a rougher match this time. And now, like, will we lose this match because we're finally playing against good survivors? We'll find out. Oh no. He wiggled out from that? Really? Am I dumb? So... was that like way too ambitious? That didn't feel like it was that far of a journey. But maybe it was. Yeah, we definitely lose now. Guy has the I don't have vaulting. You need vaulting when you play against good survivors, and he insta-healed. Is this guy a hacker? I think he's a hacker, actually. Right? He didn't have an insta-heal. He had a flashlight and I knocked it out of his hand. So, like, he wiggled out faster than he should have. It was a subtle cheater. But maybe not subtle because he just blatantly insta-healed himself. I think this guy's cheating. There's actually no way he healed himself. Nobody unhooked him. I never even made it to the hook because he wiggled out like faster than normal. And I chased him. You can heal yourself? There's an insta heal? There's no way there's an insta heal in the event. The party event, what? Oh, I forgot about those dumb things. Bro, that's so unlucky. Holy shit. Well, I guess I just lose then. Too many, weird things. That's fine. I guess I just lose then. Jesus. Oh. GG's. Ah, 4 good survivors. Most likely a Swift. We go for slug now. I don't care. We get it or we don't. Not interested. Wow. Yeah, definitely Swift. Look at the efficiency. It's rancid. You can feel the diapers literally filling as we play the game. They know they need to get out of this situation like ASAP. They're playing it super sweaty. He gets her up now, right? Yep, he gets her. Yeah, full-blown poopy diaper Swift. Therefore, we don't have to worry about it too much because this match never actually happened. Because clearly Swifts don't exist. Someone's back on that gen again. They're min-maxing this. Their diapers are literally chunky. Head hard? Oh, it's dumb. How are you? No way you guys let this guy die. What? That's a wild. Why would they let him die? Just trade. That makes no sense. They must have been trying to gen rush or some had like some other plan that just didn't work out. Or maybe it's possible that the they thought they're a 3-stack and that Lara is a rando, and maybe they thought the rando would go for the save and then she just didn't. That could have also been what happened. They threw 100%. That had nothing to do with me. I mean, it's not a guaranteed win at all, but what is the party totem? I don't even know what that is. Just blood points? Ah, okay. My party totems. I saw scratch marks here. I did. She went back. Push her this way. It's more awkward that way. She knows I could just party break the pallet, so like there's no... I really thought that guy was a cheater. I even like stopped playing. I was like, ah, he's a cheater, who cares? Because like the wiggle out, I really truly thought I was close enough to make that, and then so that like threw me way off. And then is it because I did that glitch swing? Maybe that glitch swing fucked me up just enough. That was a fast abandon. That was like high noon level. Yeah, but Pally, the problem is if the killer can abandon when the exit gates get opened, how will the survivors feel like they won the match? All the pleasure comes from making the killer watch you leave. I guess that's just... You know, like on killer it doesn't matter because all of the pleasure on killer comes from walking around the map looking for bots to put on hooks. That's clearly why we like to win. This Lara's the one who threw the game, I think. I mean, the Ada could have traded, but she was in a bit of an awkward position to do it. The Lara just needed to get her ass off that gen earlier and come save that guy. I wonder if they know that it was their fault. Who was Hunk for? Because they know that somebody on their team threw. Was that the Lara? I hate that it doesn't tell you. Petition to remove the loss from... Like, hey, here's the thing though, okay? To be fair, we're not just trying the most optimal strategies. Okay, we're trying suboptimal strategies too, which might be a bit weird, but... We're testing all the vastness of the killer's ability. Hunk 4. God, I don't remember who it was. Anybody in YouTube chat that can just like rewind the video a little bit and see see who that was? I guess you could do it on Twitch too. It was one of the Adas, huh? So one of the Adas was the solo queue player, I guess. Really plays efficiently, lack of skill. Well, that's the narrative, right? Is that if you have to rely on strategy to win, then you're clearly bad, because that means that you weren't instantly downing survivors, right? Like, do you know at what rate you would have to actually down survivors to be able to win without strategy? It would basically have to be insta down after insta down after insta down, and even then it would be close. Like, that's what we're talking about. Get the Sable mask, I guess. Dude, this Houndmaster skin is gonna give me nightmares. Like, how, like, who could make this and live with themselves not making this shirt blue? Because it doesn't really matter too much what I buy, does it? It's gonna be like the last one where like you have to wait till the last day to even get the things anyway, probably. Oh yeah, they have the masquerade outfits in here. Am I like missing any that I actually care about? No. How does this Vecna skin look? Kinda awkward. It's called having a control sample by playing some suboptimal games. It actually makes your results more fair. Right. You gotta explore the gata. You guys can give me builds and strategies too. I mean, though, obviously the whole thing we're doing with Trapper right now is based off that, right? It's because it's very different than anything I would have ever tried. So it's good to try different things. Dead by gaslight, 100%. People will gaslight like crazy. And the more gaslighting you do, and you feed into the mainstream narrative, I would say, of DBD, I would, like, I don't know, does that help you now? Like, I understand why the bigger creators kind of do it, but, like, I feel like as a smaller creator, if you try to just mimic what the bigger creators are doing, will it help you, or will you just kind of get lost in the crowd at this point? I don't know if that's even a helpful thing to regurgitate all that constantly. Extremely high level teams. Active challenge. I thought for sure we were screwed there. We'll swap up the Skull Merchant build next time a little bit, and maybe a perk or something. See how it goes. Maybe. But like, let's put it this way. Just because Trapper doesn't beat Skull Merchant, it doesn't necessarily mean he won't beat the next killer. Honestly, I'm at the level where I should just level up Trapper myself. You think he's S tier when played right? Bam. It'd be cool to be able to put that to the test somehow. What if you don't get like a really good 3-gen? What I would do is, like, if I was on like a real tryhard team and we were trying to beat a trapper in like a serious environment, what I would do is I would assume that the trapper would have some 3-gen strategy like this. So I would have like 3 people separate. The person with like the best healing perks, like body knowledge or whatever, would sit in the back line. The other 3 would constantly harass the gens and try to get the gen kick limit to kick in. And then every time if they got hit or anything while doing that, they would come out. The designated healer would like kill them super quick, and they'd run back in, and they would just put on non-stop constant pressure and never attempt to play a loop. Just shift W the second you get seen, and if you take a hit, you take a hit, but never try to go somewhere where there could actually be a trap. That would be how I do it. Wait, you can kick a gen with pop even if it's at its gen regression limit? I didn't think that you could even interact with a gen anymore once it hit the limit. Like the option to kick wouldn't come up. I don't know if I've ever... No, I've hit the gen kick limit before, but very rarely, so I don't really have much to go off of. It is the dumb system. Like the amount of like things that behavior implements into the game base kit instead of like trying to reward killers for going multiple chases and stuff is just so wild. And hearing the devs talk like it's always a skill issue that killers don't win is like, it's so tone deaf. Well, see, when all these base kit changes come out, finally all the really, really bad killers that are relying on strategy won't be at the high MMR anymore. And then they'll play against more suitable survivors. Like, okay. Okay. What's actually gonna happen is they're all just gonna play S tier killers and everyone else is gonna either quit or go play Survivor instead. I think they purposely did Tenacity and Unbreakable because they want us to choose one over the other and then make it seem like it was our idea. Nice little... We need some, how are our Sadako cakes looking? Yeah. Let's do like a 500k on Sadako, see what that gives us. 23 cakes. A little disappointing, but it's fine. Our boy needs some, don't he? Probably.
I'll be back again.
One cake? Bro, what was that? Okay. One cake. Hit the hey, have a good night. Good night, chat. Have a good rest of your day or evening. Have a good night, Zug Zug. And again, much appreciated for the 50 gifted cringers. I do very much appreciate it. Dead by handhold. You can assume that if you walked away, something cringed happened in your absence. But why is this guy not getting any cakes? He used to get like 3 cakes on every blood web. What is this garbage? Stay hopping. Much appreciated for growing some muttons. Or we even a bunch of survivor challenges. I don't even know what those are. Cake inflation is real? No. I find it like, and I said this before in my currency system videos, which is that like how strong perks have to be to actually get used is insane. You really only notice it on the survivor side right now because like the killer perks have been just completely nuked into oblivion, but the like vigil, like an amazing meta perk, right? Like very, very strong, buffed. And now people are using it suddenly. Are they using it because it's actually like they've discovered it's really good, or are they using it because people are telling them it's super overpowered? Because it kind of feels like they're using it because people are saying it's super overpowered now, even though it always was. Do I only play killer, or do you also play survivor? I play survivor. I got a an over 50% escape rate solo queue survivor record apparently, but I do find it weird. My DVD stats say that I have 1,500 hours played on Dead by Daylight total in matches, but I have over like 5,000 hours played on record. Doesn't really seem to be mathin'. Like the math ain't mathin'. Why can't you change killers in the founded lobby? So the reason that you can't change killers in the lobby is because originally when they first designed the MMR system, they said all of your killers were going to have different MMR. So they didn't want you to like, you know, queue up with like a really low tier killer and then swap to your high tier killer once the lobby was made. But they never actually did that, and all of your killers' MMRs are very, very heavily tethered. So technically they're different, but they're so tethered, like I don't think you can actually say that it matters. Now this is RPD West, which is a bit cringe. I would have preferred East 100%. This is gonna not be the easiest thing in the world to deal with. Are you a cheater? You're a cheater. Okay. I was like, why are you have no either? You're a cheater. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Can you even like stop this? Yeah, I'm just genuinely curious. Oh wait, I would have needed the like the thing. Now she can stop it for sure. Yeah, I'm bored. let's just go back to watching this video.
People are basically playing games out for longer.
Again, this is from Scott Yund, and he's talking about how a lot of the killer mains are saying their matches are way more difficult now than they used to be. And I'm assuming that his stance is that that's not the case. Let's see.
And this is making people feel like matches are harder because now they're actually playing against full teams more often, which is obviously silly because this is how the game should work and this is objectively a good thing for the game's health. But I do understand if you're used to maybe, you know, 25% of your games being essentially 3v1s, you might be under the impression that the game is a bit easier than it actually is because those matches are kind of free and almost impossible to lose. So I can understand where that sentiment comes from, but let me go over what I originally said. I have found that most of the disconnects or give ups that have happened in my games in the past couple of years have been when the game is sort of a foregone conclusion already. And then a lot of people counter by saying, what are you talking about? I have people that will just like, it's not a foregone conclusion. They die in the first 20 seconds, like that Meg, for example. And, you know, the game wasn't a foregone conclusion there. I need people to realize that we're actually agreeing, that we're not saying different things here. Let me explain what I mean. So the first chase is by far the most important chase in the entire game. It sets the tone of the entire match. It determines, you know, how quickly that person on a hook's not doing a gen, how quickly someone has to get off of a generator to go save that person so they're not on a gen. You can intercept that guy, forcing a third person to come off your gen to save while you're chasing the second guy. Suddenly one guy's on a generator based on how quickly you got that first down. The first down is by far the most important. So when we have a scenario like this where 20 seconds into the match, I down a player and they disconnect, you are using that as an example of the game's not a foregone conclusion that someone's just mad they died really quickly. No, I'm telling you that kind of is a foregone conclusion. We're actually saying sort of the same thing here. Because in that scenario, if you're getting it down in the first 20, 30 seconds of the match, you're almost definitely going to win as killer. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed win. Of course, there are upsets that happen, but it's heavily skewed in your favor if you get it down that quickly. So people using that as a defense against this topic.
See, but that's just the thing, like, right, is that's not really, people think that that's true, right, because of this like defeatist attitude. But if you ever watch like really good players play this game, they have really bad starts, right? Like they'll go down in the first 2 seconds of a match sometimes. Like they just have a bad situation pop up and they get down by like a stealthy killer or whatever it is. Not everybody plays perfectly 100% of the time, or if they're playing against like Nurse or whatever, right, and it's a really good Nurse and downs them instantly, they don't give up, they keep playing. And what you'll find is that when those really good players keep playing, maybe on their second chase with the Dead Hard they do really good. And the point is that if you don't give up, if you actually play out a match, your chances of winning do go up significantly. And a lot of whiny like players in the community that like love to give up on their first hook because they have a bad chase or because they don't like whatever killer it is, they were skewing the win rates significantly. And I could tell because a lot of the times when I would play solo queue and I'd have a teammate try to kill themselves on first hook and I'd unhook them right before they hit second stage, they would just play out the rest of the match normally, and a lot of the times we would end up winning. So it really goes to show, just like if you're not in that like whiny brain mentality, you'll win more matches. So this does not surprise me. I don't really agree with like this idea that it's like kind of a lost cause just because your first chase was 20 seconds. I think that's more leaning into that mentality of, well, we're gonna lose anyway. But yeah, you're only because you're programmed to think that. It's pretty obvious you can't win if you quit. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna stay and try, chances are you're gonna win more matches, right? It's not over till it's over. You can't not get a single down until endgame collapse. As long as you have Bloodborne, you can snowball it into a 4K. Yeah, just don't give up. I'm getting like blinded. Oh well, how do I know she's a cheater? Let's find out. Boom, boom, boom. Oh god, I'm so bad at the game. Oh. Damn, I guess I got wrecked. We get so many points too, it's cringe. Wish I could just DC against it, but you can't, so. Hey, this Sable was playing on Steam? Isn't that, like, crazy to be doing that? Did this guy's, like, account get hacked? This doesn't look like an account that you would think is cheating. That's very weird. Well, sorry dude, if your account got hacked, I still gotta report you. Okay. And being cringe. And just in case I wanna like because this way, if any of them are a cheater, they'll check and I'll get a notification for that too. If you don't want to get reported when someone on your team is a cheater, then don't play the match out. Ooh, or you deserve to be reported, in my opinion. Oh, no worries. Wanted to show it off there since she gave me the chance. I like how if killer downs his survivor early into the match and the killer has a guaranteed win, and if 3 gens pop in your first chase, then you need to just get good. That's a very true. That's a huge double standard, right? That's a huge double standard. And they'll be like, well then, like, how did 3 gens pop in the first place, huh? How long did it take you to get your first down? I think we might be on anonymous mode. Should we turn that off? No, it is off. Okay, never mind. But yeah, I definitely don't agree with the idea that the match is such a lost cause because like the first player goes down too quick. Like that happens all the time actually, that the first player goes down really quick and the match is still gonna end up being a W a lot of the time. So no, I don't know. I don't see it. I disagree with that take.
By saying that I have people that DC for no reason at the start. you're kind of saying the same thing. Killing people that quickly means you pretty much win the game. So that's why I don't notice that much of a difference, because whether they were doing that before or after the changes, it's the same result. Like if they give up or don't give up, I still got it down in the first 20 seconds of the match. That pressure is almost impossible for survivors to come back from. Again, most of the time. There are exceptions, obviously. But I just wanted to clarify that point there. Now, obviously, there are other scenarios, too, where someone DCs when there's like 4 hooks at 5 gens. Yeah, that's even more of a foregone conclusion. But getting a quick down at the start of the match is very often a predictor of who is going to win. So that's why I kind of likened them to the exact same point. Next, let's go over the whole healing thing. People have
Never ran
said
into a
that
shooter yet?
healing has
Lucky.
gotten a lot better. The changes made to some healing perks have made healing unbearable. Because of that, people are spending less time healing, more time on gens, thus games go faster, thus games are harder. Logic makes sense, except the changes to the perks really didn't do that much at all. So let's actually specifically go over what people are complaining
I
about.
feel that,
Body
Fang, but
knowledge
I
and
don't want to say it. I feel it, but I don't want to say it.
The only change that happened here is you don't have a 20% penalty on medkit efficiency. So this means before you could do this exact same build, brown medkit and body knowledge, but you'd have to use 1 brown charge add-on, which you have 7,000 of. Now you don't have to use that brown charge add-on. Other than that, it's the exact same thing.
So, okay, he's both right and wrong about this. Body knowledge, you could make the argument that it was already an extremely strong perk, right? Which it was, which is why I used it pretty consistently for a very long time. It was one of my go-to picks for perks. And you could say that them getting rid of the medkit thing is not that big of a deal, because it's just, you could slap on 1 add-on or whatever. I don't think you realize how quickly you can heal yourself with a medkit with body knowledge now. Like, but not just once, right? And you can like heal yourself with it. You can put a slap it on insta heal and just keep 1 charge. You have more value in using something like a ranger medkit to heal your teammates when you get a chance. Like, so yeah, the perk was mostly the same, but the way in which DVD players' minds work is that if people aren't blowing a perk up on social media telling you it's overpowered, they're just not going to be using it. People told them body knowledge was a bad perk, even though it was like an S tier perk before the buff. Now it's like giga overpowered with getting rid of the penalty to it. And you also have to take into account the Aurela perk that just got added, the one that allows you to get like will make it on your teammates after they've been unhooked like permanently. Now you combine those and it's just insane. So there's a lot going on here, like subtle things. So I understand his logical point that it's not a huge buff on paper, but in reality, with the other buffs and people blowing the perk up on social media, yeah, a lot more people are going to be using it. Like last time I was playing the game, I didn't see so many vigils, but over the past few weeks while I've been on vacation, every time I get on Twitter, I see people having a mental breakdown over how broken vigil is and how it completely deletes certain killer powers from the game, like because vigil basically does everything. So like, for example, somebody throws like a clown bottle on you, you'll reset or you'll get out of the hinder effect like 40% faster, all these little things like that. So they've completely had a meltdown about it. So now today, my first day back, it's like vigil on top of vigil on top of vigil, sprint burst on top of sprint burst on top of sprint burst. So you do kind of need these social media movements with the way people talk about perks and stuff have a huge impact on the way people play. So I do think that there's way more of an impact than people realize. Even though on paper he's correct, it's always been really, really good, and that's why I was using it, because I don't need social media to tell me what's good and what's bad, right? I just know. It's why what's this one perk we're constantly using on killer? Forced hesitation. Forced hesitation has like a less than 1% pick rate. It's one of the best perks in the game for killer. Just nobody's blown it up yet. that it is like such an insanely good perk. So we shall see. Weave is still really good too, by the way. I have like a 70% win rate with that perk. Freddy's snares are non-existent against Vigil, as if they weren't bad enough. Yeah, you get hit with a Freddy snare, and Vigil will allow you to almost instantly recover from the effect. So it's like a 0 slowdown. And not the exhaustion. Yeah, it's just an extra thing to it, and it gives it to everyone you're like within range of. It's an insanely crazy perk. Like, it's almost offensively good. You've been versing friends till the end way too much. Friends till the end. It's not OP, by the way. It's just like any other average perk in the game. And here we go. I should have done a chat build for Zugzug before he got off. With the 50 gifted cringers, you know. So we got, we've hit the sub goal on the first day for YouTube. If we manage to hit the sub goal on Twitch as well, we will do a Harambe only stream as we're like a celebration. It'll be rancid. Yeah, true. I'll do it next time. Send me a slinger match I did the other week for you to watch and cringe at during the next wave. I mean, we can. Father Campbell's chicken noodle. All right, this is a really strong shack. So what is this, like no scratch marks or something like that?
For you.
Push him off this. Oh boy. That was gameplay, wasn't it? Let's not kick this, actually. Don't you dare wiggle out. Alright, so they are trying to break the 3 gen early on. Take this. I want to secure that basement before I get too wild with my ideas. She almost stepped in a trap, by the way. Not the fantastic gameplay. Trap the window from the inside. Boy must be banned. He's brought gutter to the land. Really want that. Want to be able to block this over here. I don't like it. There's no way in. It's over. Accept it. You can't do it. You can't. That was like high levels of desperation on their part. Thoughts on comp Survivor main players overall? I think they a lot of them have like really annoying egos and take the game too seriously. She ran right into me. I'll reset some of this, shall we? That's actually a really strong window over there. Might be worth putting a trap on it instead of this. How do you get hit in this situation? I was kind of over here to do like some trap collectings, you know? Build my empire. Go take a look at our 3-gen. I feel like that's a better place to hook over there. I mean, if they're over there, then it's a little more awkward to get to. Nothing's being worked on. What the hell kind of John Wick maneuver was that? Okay. Let's pop this. Taking me to the furthest other side of the universe. Yeah, fun with that. I don't think I will. Healed himself just to disarm a trap. That was peak intelligence at its peakest. Sprint burst vigil, oh yeah, brother. Sprint burst vigil all day and night. Actually, I don't need this anymore, but we have such a savage forge in here. Kate just wants to stay injured so she can disarm my traps, which is, I guess, not that big of a deal. This way she at least has to come in. No terror radius trapper, you better watch out. Could come from anywhere. Feisty Kate. Finally back where you belong. Somebody's back on middle gen again. Kick. Where are you gonna go now, though? I have like everything blocked. Okay. Well, that answered that question, I guess. Unfortunately, we kind of just have to count it. We gotta get those event challenges done, you know. But I think we did enough matches outside of this to kind of see the difference. Trap the stairs on the inside. Damn, I'm a tunneling piece of garbage. Can somebody just ban me from the game, please? I don't deserve to be allowed to play. You know what? I'm gonna slug you now for grudge match. I don't want you to think about the consequences. I didn't realize I was tunneling. My bad. Gotta get that sprint burst back. Yeah. Was he healing? Did she just DC while she had like an insta pickup? That was a crazy bot. She was just gonna go for it. You put the trap on the basement floor, then alternate the location on the middle to force them to move in one direction. That gives you time for another down if they don't step on one of the traps. We done did it. It would be like, so like vigil, botany knowledge. Like you didn't see this, these perks before. Even though they were still so insanely good. Like behavior literally had to break them completely in order to get people to use them. Could always just add a currency system, you know? Earlier you got told, imagine having to sweat your ass off in the event. I hope you fix whatever you're going through. Yeah, they always think like, they always go so far overboard. They're like, man, this killer must be a serial killer in real life to play like this. But they like mean it. Did I miss a Skull Merchant match? No, I just haven't played the next one yet. That's why I confused myself. I feel like we needed to change something here, right? We were thinking about maybe putting Superior on instead of Weave. We'll see if that works out. Weave is insanely good, but I want to see if we can get any value out of Vault Speed. Have a good one, Ash. Yeah, for sure. Knight shuts down matches so fast, it's crazy. I don't know. They said base kit unbreakable and tenacity. That it makes me think that it'll most likely be more something like base kit no mither, I guess, in a way, like where you can just pick yourself up infinitely. I kind of doubt they're gonna make it just a single time use thing. If they do, it'll honestly not be that hard to slug through it. You just keep it in mind. Oh, we've won every match tonight. I think the only things we really got angry at were just like weird stuff, like my controller just having a stroke. That pissed me off, and then a misplaced trap. Alrighty, guess for now we just go back to the video.
There's no real difference between the speed you can heal yourself with a medkit. You can still heal yourself in 16 seconds. You can still do it multiple times if you want. There's also things you can do to rebuild your medkit. Like, these are things that you've already been able to do.
Yeah, I wasn't in degen hours. Not one ace in a gray suit tonight.
All their games now because of one brown charge add-on to a medkit. I don't buy it. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it's the same counter it had before. If you don't want people to have efficient self-heals with Botany and a medkit, bring Franklin's Demise. Just bring Franklin's and hit them once. Chase them for 10 seconds. Their medkit is effectively dead. They can no longer fully self-heal. You just have to change with the meta. You can't just complain that healing is OP and then just do nothing about it.
He's not wrong about any of the things he's saying. He's just not taking into account that people weren't using this stuff before. It's because it blew up on social media that they're all using it now. So like these perks were already amazing, clearly, as he's saying, but behavior decided to buff these perks to the point where now it's just so laughably broken that it's getting attention, and that attention is what's making people use it.
There are plenty of things you can bring to make this better. Now, I'm not even saying bring Sloppy Butcher anymore, because they kind of nerfed that perk. It's really
kind of nerfed it. Yeah, they gutted it.
From this completely. Suddenly, it's not as big of a deal anymore. Other than that, if you're complaining about just botany knowledge with no medkit or anything, The perk has been like that for like 6 years. Like it's the same perk. Nothing has changed there. So I don't know where like the complaints have come from.
It did change. What changed is that Aurella's perk got added. And if you combo body knowledge with Aurella's perk, I honestly can't remember the name of it, but the one where you get the 50% it like permanent increased heal speed every time somebody gets hooked. If you combine that with body knowledge, you basically have permanent will make it, and it's not and like it just overall, and you heal yourself faster. So it's like crazy overall healing speed. Like I think somebody compared it to Circle of Healing, like how Circle of Healing felt when it first got added to the game. It's kind of like that, right? Like you hit a survivor. If you don't have Franklin's Demise, they're gonna be healed again in like 5 seconds. Self heal. No one's gonna have to heal them. No danger, no risk. And because they nerfed Sloppy Butcher, they can even 99 their heal with resilience and get the pretty much like a guaranteed 9% faster gen speed until they need to actually like finish the heal, right? So a lot of like different things trickling together there, but it's not as simple as this was always exactly how it is now, and all of a sudden it's causing like changes. Like now there are tangible reasons why these things are worse now, so I don't think we should like completely neglect that. Yeah, it only lasts 90 seconds, which is the thing, right? Like, so you could, I guess, potentially still get a little bit of value out of Sloppy Butcher if you're doing just like full hit and run, but if you're like just using Sloppy Butcher how a lot of people used to, which is like you would down somebody and then next time they would go to get healed, their heal speed would be lower. That doesn't really work anymore, because by the time you hit somebody, down them, put them on a hook, they get unhooked, they're going to be very, very close to losing the mangled effect at that point anyway. And again, don't forget, they nerfed healing for Survivor, which is why they nerfed Sloppy Butcher. But now that then they giga nerf Killer, then they buff Survivor to where they were stronger than they were before they originally got nerfed, and then Killer still stays nerfed. And the people are like, God, look at how they nerfed Survivor, they ruined the game. Like, okay. And Vigil counters Sloppy as well. True, Vigil counters Sloppy as well. So again, a lot of different things working together. You can't just look at it this black and white. Yeah, I think he's looking at it too black and white. There's a lot of components to it. All right.
People are even bringing up desperate measures. Desperate measures.
Okay, I'll say straight up, desperate measures is not the problem here. Anybody who's using desperate measures is really just drinking the like social media juice, because you don't, survivors or DBD players in general, they don't use perks like that if they're good. They use perks they get 100% value out of at all times. You don't get 100% value out of desperate measures at all times, and there's just other perks in the game that give you way better, stronger effects with zero needed factors, right? Like nobody needs to be injured or this. Like body knowledge is just a flat giga buff to your base kit. So why would you ever use desperate measures over that? And the Aurelia perk is way better than desperate measures. So if anybody's running desperate measures with other healing perks, they're just being silly. Like it's meme at that point.
From 14% per stack to 20% per stack, and you can have a
good for unhooking. That's true, Alex. That is one good thing about it.
Max. These are the differences between them. But if you really think about the math, let's say worst case scenario, you've got 4 survivors injured, so you have the maximum penalty, or the maximum benefit rather. So 80%, you're gonna heal, you know, instead of 16 seconds, it's gonna be more like 8.8 seconds around that area. But before, pre-buff, it was like 10 seconds.
Sure, Grim.
We're effectively, it's a second of difference. I promise you're not just suddenly losing all your games because of a 1 second faster heal in the worst case scenario for Killer where everyone's injured and you have maximum desperate measures value. This is what I'm trying to like illustrate to people. There have been changes to things like this that might seem bad when you really like think about what has changed. Body knowledge requires 1 less brown medkit add-on. and Desperate Measures heals about 1 second faster. It's really not that different. This is not suddenly making you lose games, and I'm gonna have to say that's just copium on that part. It's just not making you lose more games. People are also bringing up Resurgence too. Like, the perk wasn't even changed. This is just not even people complaining about the game being harder. The people are complaining about players rediscovering a healing meta that already
Players rediscovering a healing meta that already existed. I agree. It already did exist. Nobody told them it existed. So that's why they didn't do it. They've been told it exists now and that it's overpowered, and they're getting on that fucking gravy train. We're still doing Trapper vs Skull Merchant. The matchmaking queues are just long. I wanted to put a trap here. Right, so this map is very, very survivor-sided. Like, one of the more aggressively survivor-sided maps in the game. So we'll see what kind of punishment we're in for here. Alright, so this time I did not bring, Alright, so that's a really busted loop he's going to. Let's see if he's trying to abuse it. No, he took no chances. This is a good player, this ace. Alright, that medkit's done. Let's go ahead and take this. He wants to get chased here really, really bad, but he doesn't know I have superior, so... Are they gonna go back for their medkits? Ace gets on that gen. Doesn't surprise me. He's a tryhard. He's gonna go pick up Steve now because it's the optimal thing to do. She doesn't make that though. That girl shift W'd, bro. Holy shit. She's gone with the win. You think Ace is gonna go for the heal? Ace is really trying to carry this game. Like, hard trying to carry it. I really need to grab one of these. Nah, somebody got tagged. Force hesitation would be huge right now. Dead live. Ah, leave her. We don't have time for that. Ace is back on that other gen. I need to find that girl. She would be a really good target right now. Someone tap this? This guy's like positioning is he knows I'm undetectable a lot, so he's staying in like areas where he's always got like a time to react to me. He's gonna go try to turn this gen off now because again, rancid tryhard full poopy diaper Ace. He's gonna throw it. He doesn't care. He's Ace. No, not now. Oh my god, I need to get away from this guy. He's gonna cost me the game. I'm sorry, he's a good player. There's just no hope. Not worth kicking. I need to find a further away gen. Alright, we got a scan on him. These are good players. I gotta lock in. My diaper needs to get fastened right now. This is gonna be a 1-gen in literally like any minute now. I didn't even know there was a time where aces were chill. Okay, they're gonna try to heal him fast. They're gonna like really pour into it, I think. We gotta tunnel him. Ace already used this, so that puts us in a pretty good position. I don't have a... No! Why? Why does it only happen when I don't want it to happen? That's so annoying. It's like anytime I'm in like an intense situation, it's just like, but what if? Hear me out. Oh my god! Just be dead. And like, I would say a lot of normal killers, if they got a match like this, they would lose like really, really hard, like brutally lose, because they're just not used to it. That's like pretty much my whole point. No one's on that. Another shack, probably. We gotta slug this girl. I don't think she's worth going for hooks on. Oh, she had lithe. Fuck, I forgot. That was a waste. He got sandbagged a little bit. That's enough. No, it's not. He's an ace. His gray suit might not be on, but he's an ace. Go for the human player. She's over there on that. Alright, he may have overcommitted there a little bit. He doesn't have dead art or anything. I don't know what that was. He turned off my gen. I think it's... this chick was over here somewhere. She has to be very careful of the drones. There she is, there she is. Got her injured, and I can track her. Did that on purpose, by the way. It wasn't random. I threw it down because I saw she had 3 stacks, and I wanted to just get her insta injured. Well. GG's. Respect those aces. Don't commit. Rip the Steve Ghoul. How could Noob 3 just come back to the game and drop Steve Ghoul on us like that and then leave? Like, shows up after 3 years, creates Steve Ghoul, doesn't elaborate, disappears forever. Ooh, look, I can go collect blood points while you guys are on the hook. How delicious. Oh, these are some wholesome anniversary gifts right here, I say. I don't know if that match would have been winnable outside of the event. That would have been really, really rough. Does person go to second stage so I can kill this guy? What's up, Joy? Just got here. How cringe have the games been so far? You know what? Not cringe enough. I barely even had a rage attack. Not even Ace's adamantium suit could save him. We put in a good effort. The Nia wasn't bad either, but she was a little bit unaware of her surroundings while I was undetectable. Ace was way more aware. I just don't know, he overextended there that one time really bad and I instantly smelled it and it was over. Bro, Steve had Bardic Inspiration, Diversion, Scene Partner, and Dramaturgy. Guy was thinking he could play Dead by Daylight like it's a chill fun game in 2025. Not today, Steve. You idiot. You moron. You big dum-dum. The one buff I want to Phantom Fear so damn badly is every time a survivor screams their aura is revealed just to mess with Steve goals. That would be nice, wouldn't it? No event offering, you're right. Deserved. Yeah, but I at least I could be self-aware of it, right? Like, we could tell that these matches, I mean, this one was a little bit more difficult, but only because we had literally one good player in here, which was the Ace. Like, normal, I'm used to playing against like 4 of him at the same time. And then these killers just get dumpstered out of existence. Funny he had a flashlight, not like a medkit. But he was ready, man. He was ready for the to help his teammates getting slugged. That was definitely a solo queue lobby too. You're not complaining? I avoid the demon hours like the plague. I almost feel like as a streamer it should be my responsibility to just dumpster dive straight into it to give people the most authentic rage attack experience possible, but it's just not going to be an option for a little while. Work schedule changed. I thought maybe I could ride the coattails of some degen hours by streaming as early as possible, but it looks like it's already gone. It could be that it comes back once the event ends though. Maybe you get a little bit more tryhards then. Whoa, let's calm down. So, do we call it there? Do we just say that Skull Merchant wins? And Trapper advances to the next round of Gutter? Because at this point, it's like I could only play 2 more matches anyway, so it's virtually impossible for him to even catch up. I would have to like... Yeah, no, it actually is impossible. Well, I think we have to go ahead and call it there and do a little celebratory Harambe. Harambeing in the event is gonna be really a choice. We never had any rage quits, I don't think, on Skull Merchant. Not like anything instant. Like they would only give up once they were like already completely defeated. Like everybody was pretty much fucking dead or whatever, and then they would give up. Just that little bit of on-demand, undetectable, and the few free injures you get here and there with the stacks on the drones. It made that little, like, much of a difference. She's better at, I think, slugging. Now, Trapper could potentially, now that we have, like, a really strong Trapper strategy, it could be that he dumpsters the next killer he plays against, which will be Pig. It'll be Trapper versus Pig next time. Alrighty. One iridescent flesh, but we got 2 black wards. 24 coconuts isn't bad though. I'll take it. Remember when Pig was considered a decent B tier killer, like in 2020? Alrighty, got it, Fang. It's loaded on in. Probably use it as our watch video for tomorrow. Oh, God, people are gonna get really salty about Harambeing in the event. Pig is really, really rough now. She will be a little bit better in the event. But we'll see. We have to circle back to her. The next one is going to be Trickster versus Clown, which is gonna, I don't even want to know. It's gonna cause me unfathomable amounts of rage. I don't think there's any chance that I win a match with Trickster ever in my life. Skypex, much appreciated for growing some muttons. Am I dropping the diss track on Sky? Nah.
Skypex grew some muttons.
It's too choppy. I would have to have like reacted to it like off stream probably. Hollow, much appreciated for growing them muttons.
Hollow 1090 grew some muttons.
Alrighty, let's I guess we can continue this.
He existed. And if that's your complaint, you just weren't prepared to deal with a healing medic because you just, I don't know, weren't ready.
You went
for it or something
insane?
like that,
Oh God,
that's
Gray.
fine. But it's not like the game itself got harder. It's just players have changed to something else and you haven't adapted to it yet. But I feel like that's unfair to blame the game itself for getting harder. Like, there's a difference between your matches being harder because players are different and the game being made harder for a killer because of systemic changes to killer or systemic buffs to survivor or things like that. That's the main difference I want to kind of illustrate here. And they are very, very different things. So if you are having a problem with, like, you know, resurgence and botany knowledge with a medkit, people popping off the hook, this is a build I was doing last year. If you're having a trouble with that and they're getting off the hook and healing themselves in, you know, 3 seconds because they have a medkit, again, Franklin's completely removes their ability to self-heal off the hook. But what if you're worried about someone else healing them very quickly? Bring Gift of Pain. If you bring Gift of Pain and put them on a Scourge hook, as they are being unhooked, they have hemorrhage apply immediately. They're going to lose about 30% of the resurgence bar just off the cuff because you can't immediately heal or be healed as soon as you're off. And as long as you're within like 40 meters, which means you can get there within like, you know, 6 or 7 seconds and just be in the general vicinity of them, they have to run, the hemorrhage bleeds them out, they have lost all of their perk benefit. Like, there are things in the game that you can do to deal with this stuff. You can't just have the meta change and then just go, oh, that's it, game's broken. Just slap on Gift of Pain. You've countered like half the shit you're worried about now.
I feel like he's kind of promoting proxy camping with that though. Isn't proxy camping a bad thing? Don't we not want proxy camping? And the funny thing is like the reason people don't run Gift of Pain and they don't run Leverage is literally because of Resurgence and like this super savage healing shit. You know what I mean? Like there's so many things in the game that just are incentivizing the killer to play like an asshole. And then the devs step in and be like, well, you can't play like that. You're being mean. It's like, stop incentivizing me to play like it. The counter to shoulder the burden, proxy camping. The counter to instant healing with Resurgence, proxy camping. Like, okay, proxy camp, slug, right? Because you have to. If you're proxy camping, the whole idea is that you're going to try to slug around the hook. So now we're getting rid of those things because they're not fair. The crazy thing about survivor perks outperforming killer perks is that like there's 4 survivors that have 16 perks and the killer only has 4. And yet the survivors perks are on average stronger than the killer's perks. Like it doesn't make any sense. That's true. Vigil is a very savage counter to shoulder the burden and also Gift of Pain. You have to be like really, really hardcore proxy camping. Alrighty.
And I don't deny the healing meta is strong. I have constantly requested nerfs to survivor healing, be it the old circle of healing, gold green med kits, things like that. Survivor healing can absolutely be out of control. But nowadays there are things that you can do to deal with it. Also, Gift of Pain is now a universal perk. You don't even need Pinhead anymore. It's called Weeping Wounds, I think now. So there's not even an excuse that you can't run that perk. So there are plenty of things you can do to combat this stuff. And I don't think it's fair to say the game is harder when just the player meta has shifted and you've chosen to not adapt to it. I guess that's the point I want to hone in on.
Okay. I have to say this. The thing that like Scott's replying to here, these killers that are specifically complaining, they're not necessarily complaining that they're losing all of their matches. What they're complaining about is that they're losing their matches trying to play nice. They're trying to not run the sweatiest builds. They're not trying to camp. They're not trying to tunnel. They're just trying to put on random, fun perks they enjoy on their killer, play for 12 hooks, basically chase mindlessly, right? Not go out of their way to 12 hook everybody like some super nice fairy or something. Like they're just trying to play mindlessly. Like they see somebody, they try to chase them, they try to down them and chase, they hook them, they try to find the next person, and they just kind of go. That's how I used to play, right? I didn't go out of my way for 12 hooks, but I would just play in sort of a mindless chase way that was fun. And eventually you realize that's no longer an option because the game is just too sweaty. And these players are hitting that and they're complaining that they can't play the way they used to. Scott's just recommending that they proxy camp. That's basically it, which kind of defeats the purpose of what they're complaining about in the first place. Like it's not that the game's too hard, it's that they don't want to have to play in this way and win. So I think it would be better to focus on that because it's a kind of misconstrued. At least from what I've seen, it's misconstruing a lot of what they're complaining about.
Now, next, there is another point that people are bringing up that has just blown my mind. People are trying to say that the spawn changes have made killer harder. By survivors spawning together, the game is now harder for killer because survivors can pop a generator before you even get there. So first off, before we even go any further,
I'll say straight up that what this for me is like one of the biggest tales I've ever seen in my life, that these players have been playing against bad survivors, right? Like because they complain so much about how gens are probably before they can even find a survivor. Like you've been playing against bad survivors. Like this is a huge self-report. On average, you should have 2 gens popping by the time you get your first down, or close to 2 gens popping. And you're lucky if you don't have 3 gens popping. So Yeah, a lot of killers have revealed what they're playing against by saying this inadvertently, but they have.
I would like to offer a very quick summary and guide on how to find survivors within 10 to 20 seconds of starting almost every single match. Just a couple of exceptions like Hawkins and Larry's. You don't have any like distant crows or line of sight. Indoor maps are typically a lot smaller, so you can get to places faster, but you also are kind of just blindly looking, which is why everybody kind of hates indoor maps. But every other map in the game, you
I
should
love
be able to
indoor
find
maps.
a survivor within 10 to 20 seconds of the map starting. So very quick little guide right here on how to do that. Okay, let's actually visualize this. We'll go full pirate software.
You just could basically go to the farthest point from where you spawned if you want to find survivors. It's like a very simple logic.
We've got the proper cadence to be very trustworthy here. All right, so you're going to make this the actual map right here. Big old square. Not all maps are like this, but this is just how it works.
So the killer's going to spawn in that corner, and the survivors would spawn in the opposite one, right?
Let's say one's kind of right here, one's right here. One's right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I will have to come back to this though. Harambe time, let's go. What am I doing with this thing? Oh, that guy, is that guy not moving? Does he want to get Harambe'd? Is that the whole point? I can do it, dude. Come here, I'll Harambe you right now. Oh wait, someone's working on this gen. I love how it reveals what killer you are at the start. He still makes that. God, Leatherface is pathetic. I don't know. Go for someone else. He's not wanting to be Harambe. This is going to be an M1. No? Alright. Yeah. What the hell? Be honest, I kind of. Oh, okay, I'll take that. A little treat for Harambe. I'll take the treat for Harambe. Thanks, game. That lethal may have ruined our life, though. That was a really mean thing to do to a Leatherface player. They're all gonna get positioned next to windows. They did 4 gens. The fuck did they do 4 gens? Oh, it's on now. The ultimate Harambe challenge. not sure. Kind of hate gun a little bit, and pisses me off even looking at Texas Chainsaw Massacre. How did you avoid the hubris? Was it because of the cooldown? Mine. Stay away. Oh, my Harambe. Damn, left. Lord Belphegor left. Damn! Bro, you just got left. That's merciless. We're not killing you. You're ours. Forever. Yeah, I want none of that. That was the fastest 4 gens I think I've ever seen in my life, though. That was like insane. Is it? Harambe wins again. No. This is lol. Harambe. Four minutes, huh? Nah, that was rancid, gens. That was insane. The DVD is like one of those games where, like, the better I think you are at the game, the more you kind of make your opponents look like they're bad. This is kind of how the game's designed, so a lot of people don't miss like a lot of subtleties with it. It's been a minute since I played Knight. I still have Sacrificial Ward activated. Let's go. Let's go. $22, that's what I want to see. What's up, Matthew? Alright, so what was, where were we? What was going on? Oh yeah, he was gonna explain where, like, the killer and the survivors spawn each time, right? Or how to find them quick. S&P 100? That's right. The slow grind. Look at this intense drawing here. Alright, let's get back to it.
Yeah, let's say this one right here. Whatever. So let's say the killer spawns right here.
Yeah.
Now, the survivors obviously can't spawn at this generator. They can't spawn at this generator. They can't spawn at this generator. This one's pretty unlikely because it's on the same side, but it's possible. So pretty much your cone of attack here is kind of like that. That's really where you have to be patrolling and going at the start of the match. So you really only have to look at kind of like 3 generators. So your overall route would just be to walk this way, kind of position yourself between these 3. Do I hear anything here? Do I hear anything here? If not, then they're here pretty much 100%. So in that scenario, it should be pretty quick to find a survivor. Now, sometimes you get really unlucky and you spawn in the middle of the map. That's not supposed to be happening anymore, and I do figure they will be fixing that, but let's pretend they don't fix that. Let's say you spawn here. That's a lot more complicated because now they could be at really any of these outliers. So you have 4 options instead of kind of a cone you can just go to. So the best thing you can do here is just kind of peek your head in all of these directions and look for distant things. Scratch marks, crows, any movement at all, and then just kind of like stay in this inner circle. Don't actually go to each of the corners.
Guys, the maps are like the size of Texas. Like, you can't always do that.
You will see signs of movement or crows flying up in the distance or scratches.
And also the problem is when you spawn
all of your time going here
in the middle of the map like that, and you do what he's talking about, like you look around to see for movement and stuff, they're gonna see you too. So what they're going to do is when you start heading towards them, they're going to do whatever the most efficient shift W is possible. And they're going to waste so much of your time at the early game that you're probably going to lose. Like, I mean, if they're good survivors, you're most likely going to lose 3 gens. Like, that's just how it's going to be. You're going to have to accept that. So it's spawning in the middle of the map, especially a map like Ormond or Area Crows or something, is atrocious. Like, you're just getting a horrible unfair start. They could crouch behind a rock. Yeah, a lot of Swifts, when they know that their teammates all play the same as them, will do stuff like that. They'll purposely confuse you at the beginning of the match, and then when you walk away from the gen, they'll jump on it and try to rush it. I mean, Corrupt should honestly be base kit. It should have been base kit like for a long time already, or some kind of early game slowdown. Like, maybe, like, I think someone suggested that, like, gens should move at, like, 50% speed or something like that until the first survivor gets at least injured. You think Lethal should be base kit? I actually think Lethal might get nerfed because of this survivor change. I've seen so many people complaining about Lethal Pursuer being overpowered now that I would have no surprises if they nerfed it. I don't even know how they would have to like rework it, right? Because like there's really no way to nerf it. Make it like what, 3 seconds, 2 seconds at the beginning? That's what I mean, right? It's like it kind of just serves its purpose. Like obviously the longer it lasts, the better it is, but yeah, I don't know. 666XB, much appreciated for the gifted cringe to Busta. And 666XB was gifted a Cringer membership earlier from Zugzug, so that's how the cringe just goes from one person to the next like a virus. Much appreciated. Lethal Pursuer now blinds the killer for 9 seconds at the start of the trial. Legend. They could actually maybe nerf it that way though. They could come out with like, I don't know, some perk called like, I don't know, dash extortion maybe, where like if you use it, Lethal Pursuer won't work on you at the beginning of a trial. But I don't know, making a survivor use a perk that doesn't just like to counter something sounds pretty badly designed to me. Maybe they should just keep it simple, right? Lethal gets nerfed, you're back in your bags. VD is harder now that they go next prevention is in the game. Yeah, it turns out, I guess, when the survivors aren't instantly giving up at the start of a match, the game gets more difficult. That's called distortion? No, that's impossible, Fang, because I, as a Twitter user, know that distortion got nerfed into the ground and it doesn't exist anymore. So there's no possible way that could be countering something. I think the better option is for me to just complain about it. Skull made a really interesting video about it, did he? Alrighty.
Here, then here, then here. That's going to take forever. You just kind of dip your toes in the general area of where things are. But that is survivors spawned as quickly as possible. I have spawned in this kind of area, so we know there's going to be a cone roughly this way where we got to look for people. I'm not going to use fly. I'm just going to run and look for people. I already saw a crow fly up here. I already found people, and there we go. First chase will be starting, you know, in 5 seconds. Someone's here. Chase started. Make it harder, let's find the biggest map in the game, which apparently is Shelter Woods. I just learned that. I thought Crotus Prent Asylum was, but apparently it's actually Shelter Woods. So let's pick Shelter Woods, the biggest map.
I think the biggest map in the game is actually Rancid Abattoir. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it is.
In the game, and try to find survivors as quickly as possible again. All right, so we know they're going to be somewhere in this kind of cone. It can be anywhere in this general direction. So we're going to go towards the middle, the most common congregation spot first. And then look for any signs of crows or scratches in the distance. Not seeing any there. And we already found a survivor. Next, let's actually go to Asylum. I thought this was the biggest map, and honestly, when I'm trying to find survivors, I find this map to be the most difficult or the most time-consuming overall for killers that do not have movement abilities to find survivors. So let's try this one and see how quickly we can find survivors.
Distortion buff in a few years hides your aura forever for free. You're not wrong.
So this cone
That's
is
how
a
they
lot
buff
bigger.
things.
It can be these two or these two. So what I'm going to do is kind of go towards the middle here, see if I can see any scratches or crows flying up. I could not there. Don't see anything there. I already found a survivor. Just crossing to the other side of the map, I found a survivor, and first chase is on. I hear that generator. I know where 2 people are now. So in the first 10-15 seconds, I already know where half the team is. Okay, so that was just a couple examples of how to find survivors quickly. So in that scenario, you should be able to find survivors within
Scott never plays after midnight. Yeah, I didn't know that actually. Ms. Dozy, much appreciated for the 26 months of cringe. My goodness, 26 months of cringe. That's crazy. That's over 2 full years. Good morning, liar. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. I always will tell you guys that I think this is one of Knight's like worst maps, but we'll see how I'm able to handle this somehow, hopefully. Do I get anyone with that? I really need that to grab somebody. Okay. Alright, so she's pretty much cooked. Now we know because they all spawned over there that most likely somebody is on this, right? No? Oh. Glad to see that bug is still here. It's always a fun one. This guy not in. Please don't bug. That's a run and a half, isn't it? Holy shit. It's very, very difficult to get like sandwich pressure on Midwich with Knight. It's like one of his staples. first hesitation is gonna allow my assassin to get that hit, and now he's gonna be in a really bad spot. Oh, thanks. I love when things happen that make sense. Okay, dude, you're fucking like immortal, I guess. Like, guess it's just making me hit things all over the damn place. Should have put a trap on her, or not a trap, but like a knight or guard. Oh, he gave her an insta too. Popped it. Slugging probably needs to start here pretty soon. Does he get a vault? He does get a vault. All right, we're gonna leave him because he's not important to us at all. We want to stop them from melee. Macro gaming at its finest. So they probably stopped at this gen thinking let's heal here, and then afterwards we can it wouldn't let me set my guard further than that because, you know, the game is well made by people that are paid money. Night is really bugged, and they'll never probably fix it because they don't give a shit, but it's really annoying. Ah, this guy is stupid, and he gets another ball. How did I find this piece of shit again? I don't want an ace. I want like a Nia or something. Alright, so I have undetectable. Let's just go check the gens. Maybe I get a free hit. Really hard time keeping, like, it feels like they're just never on a fucking generator. See that on. One like thing you could try to do on Midwich is like just hold like a single floor. Let's go all the way around. This guy got like really good windows. Kind of annoying. I'm sure how we managed that. He used dramaturgy. Okay. Oh, we know for a fact that she has to come up from over here. And that she is dead. What? Okay. What was that? You be that aware? Like, do you just have like a 360 pigeon field of view or something? Kinda doubt that'll get that guy. There's no reason it should, but... He passed under you while you're dropping? You're in the compilation now? No, not the compilation. My killer rep will be ruined. Neil was like the only person who was being like kind of aggressive on gens, which is why she died so fast. The other guys are just like playing the long game, you know? Like, they're not afraid to move around the entire universe to avoid a chase. I'm surprised they're actually going for the heal. Went that way. The other person went up. Let's go up. Huh? It's following him, which is a bit weird. But that's fine. Look, we can get this guy here. I don't think he's gonna hear me coming. Like, somebody finally attempting to work on a gen. Dead. How fast can you get that person off? Could be about now. Yep. Quiet mode not gonna save you, dog. I know where you're at. Jeez. Put that in your compilation, motherfucker. Bam! That was powerful. Oh. How was the match been since you started early, but a different time? It's definitely way less poopy diaper today. Now, I don't know how much of that is based on, like, the event existing or the time we're playing. It's a bit of a double-edged thingy. Gift of Pain, Wretched Fate, Dying Light, Killer, Vecna, Add-ons, Blue Ring. Alrighty, get in. We can do a finale with Vecna today, since it's our first day back after vacay, you know? I'm down for that. DC on Oak is super cringe. Wait, I can't moor this guy until they're all dead? Oh, okay, I just hook on. Yeah. go, Knight. Let him feel the pain, the wrath of the tryhardism. GG. Don't let Gerald exist. This was too dangerous to be left alive. The twins have been unplayable for so long already, it's crazy. Alright, so these are like our Vecna builds we were trying to mess around with in the back in the day.
Secrets does this realm hold?
So you said leverage, gift of, it's still called gift. Okay. Yeah, it was really nice. Weather was a little hotter than I would have liked, but can't complain too much. Alright, so we're going for a hook-based build here. And we're using Potion of Speed and Blue Ring. Yeah. Oh, is she? It doesn't surprise me. Houndmaster has severe issues. Alright, so I have not played the buffed Vecna yet, so this will be interesting. I don't really know everything they buffed on him. I think it's a lot of like his cooldowns are way shorter now. I think they nerfed his fly a little bit. Now we'll see what we can do. His fly is very good now, so they buffed it and nerfed it. It's way faster now, okay. Pretty bad add-on nerfs though.
Than the 40 seconds before they're able to pop the first gen. But you know what? Let's just say that doesn't happen. Let's say you get a really weird middle map spawn on a big map. You happen to choose the wrong direction 3 times.
Send me the clip? Okay.
Scenario, and you lose that generator before you even find a single person. I still need to illustrate, we'll just use basic math here, how that's still preferable than 3 separate people being on 3 separate gens and you find and chase one guy. So if 3 people do a generator, let's say they take 5 seconds to walk to it or whatever, you know, it's just 40 seconds roughly to finish that generator. Because for every survivor that's repairing it, you repair the generator significantly slower. That's why grouping up on gens, unless it's like the last one in a 3 gen, is almost always a bad idea. So in that scenario, you've lost 100% of one generator in 40 seconds. The alternative is you have 3 survivors and 3 separate generators. They're going to do, you know, 40% of 3 separate generators in the same time frame. So now you've got 120% progress lost versus 100% lost. Math-wise, it's objectively worse for the survivors if they spawn group up and do 100% of one. Not only that, it makes it much harder for them to not 3-gen themselves. There are so many downsides to grouping up like that on the gen. And when the killer finds you, he now knows where the entire team is. If he sees a killer with any form of lethality, he can just straight up snowball off of you all being grouped up. It is always worse to have survivors grouped up at the start every single time for the survivors.
It's just worse.
People have brought
It's true.
up a example of a psychological effect that I think I can actually kind of agree with. So some people said, okay, fine, the game might not actually be harder, but people might be thinking it's harder because the mental, distress on hearing the first gen pop in 40 seconds is worse than having 3 gens pop but 2 minutes later or something like that. Even though the second scenario is much worse, having that first gen pop might make people really discouraged at the start. So there might be a psychological effect. Even though it's not actually harder, it might feel like it is. And I can understand that. That's
Is Scott tunneling a man in this gameplay back here? What is this?
On a little secret.
It's a hard
The
tunneler.
first generator doesn't matter at all. It's the least important generator to pop. And if all of them rush the first one, the map is going to be easier to control because they're not going to be preventing a 3-gen in any way. If you have 3...
Okay, I just have to point this out. Like, obviously, everybody's going to have easy matches, right? But in this gameplay in the background, Scott downed this guy, hooked him, he got unhooked, and then he tunneled him, and he got hit with a DS, and they just managed to pop 1 gen now. Like, how inefficient are these fucking survivors that they just managed to get 1 gen done after he downed this guy, hooked him, chased him again, downed him, got hit with the DS, and chased him halfway across the map. Like if that's your normal gen speed in your matches, like you could literally play this game with your toes. Like, there would be zero. Like, what thing happened here that would have explained that gen speed? Nothing. These survivors are just insanely inefficient or something. Like, I have no idea what they're doing. That's crazy. I've had matches where I've had lethal pursuer and walked to the survivor on the other end of the map and they've already had the gen 50% done by the time I walked to them. Like, what kind of efficiency is this? I don't know. It's wild. It's wild, how this game plays out. Imagine if Dead by Daylight had not only visible MMR for yourself, but visible MMR for the players that you're playing against, right? So you would play a match and you would see, okay, this is what my MMR is, and this is who I got matched up against, and we could all see that. I think that would be such an important thing for the game. It's just a real shame the devs are cringe. I think that at some point in the future, if they were absolutely pushed to the brink of complainage, the devs could potentially add visible MMR for yourself only, but I don't think they would ever let you see the MMR of the players you played against. There is a massive difference between evenings and after midnight. Yeah. The degen hours are disgusting. So many of the players I play against in EU during degen hours are somehow involved in in the comp community. They're either in comp groups on Steam, or they have comp names, or they use comp skins. There's a lot of ways to tell, but you just don't see that at these hours already, and it's only noon, and I haven't seen really a single person yet this entire stream. NA is also pretty chill compared to EU. I think that NA East is the chillest region of Dead by Daylight, and I'm not alone in that. I even heard recently, I think too, Hens said that out of all the regions, NA East is the chillest. I don't know why specifically, it just is. You play in the same region as me? Frankfurt servers, baby. Let's go. The most rancid servers known to man, filled with Russians and sweat ass Europeans. It has a gravitational pull. I'm so sweaty it pulled me here. Comp Eastern players. A lot of like Eastern players that are involved in comp. I just find that wild. That gen speed in that match specifically. Like it could have just been a one-off match. I just don't know why he picked that match specifically to show as background footage. But I don't know. Sometimes I put like bait background footage in my videos too, just for fun. Gonna have the big wee wee contest. It's got you exposed. Like, I don't know why he's just being such an asshole to that poor player there who's just trying to play the game. In the event, getting tunneled at 5 gens. No neck prevention has made players better, in your opinion? I mean, kind of by default, right? Because, like, since they can't give up, they may as well try. Now, the only thing you can, like, doing anything is better than giving up, pretty much. Scott betrayed us all. He was supposed to be the chosen one. Bring balance to the killer perspective instead of leaving it in darkness. Less entitlement. DGen hours? Yeah, I don't know how DGen hours are in NA East. You're like the only person I have to give me those examples. I was kind of hoping like Scott would play in DGen hours, but I actually didn't know he keeps like a reasonable schedule. For some reason I just would have assumed he would be more like schedules are for normies typers. But where are these guys? I hear footsteps all around me, but I don't see anybody. Alright, she let me get closer than normal. She should have vaulted that earlier, didn't vault it. That was a good play. Died. Damn. Alright, so I don't have Franklin's right, so she gets like a free insta-heal, but... Oh. This is annoying.
Cursed flame.
She didn't even crouch, dude. She had no fear. She's gonna spawn a pallet. Takes a body block. This is a better team for sure. She's gonna stun me. Yep. They're using all their resources, but they're good survivors, so they know they can use their resources, right? Like, bad survivors are always terrified of using resources for some reason.
Decisions.
This might be too high level. We'll see. Their gen speed so far hasn't been enormous. We're definitely gonna have to play very tactical though to have a chance of winning this. Alright, let's get her on that gift of pain. If I can. Okay, I can.
it's just a controller issue. They make the right read every time. Isn't that crazy? Like when I bait it, they don't do it, but when I actually commit to it, oh man. They're really doing this well. This is like you can tell when the team is organized. Someone up here will go for the save now. Think I might be committing to that. Oh, she went just straight for the trade, huh? Okay. Oh man, okay, good. Another girl's probably gonna be back on the gen down there, though. Let's get down there to her. Back in there. That was a smart play. Didn't hear it.
Let us test their constitution.
Alright, leave her slugged. Come up here.
Hate me.
The second stage means more or less than anything else. Are they both down here? Okay. That's kind of big. Disable their magical items.
Of many eyes.
To keep this skull, we might be able to deny it on a... Whoa, how did she get over there? Like genuinely, how did she get over there? I think I would have noticed. If she ran past, I was literally looking at it constantly. No? How did she get over there? Here. Was that itself unhooked? Was I too close? Maybe that's what it was. But I didn't think I was that close. This is what it is. I was like a game-winning position I had there, so I've been wasting a little bit, but that's crazy. Not gonna lie, guys, I think Vecna is still a pretty bad killer. Like, you just see, like, good survivors are not intimidated by this guy at all. Like, a good killer would never run into this issue. Yeah, I've never hit anything down there. What's up, Lucy? Trying to break the 3 gen, huh? Shift W, guys. This is why I use a lot of undetectable in my builds, because without it, you get Shift W'd by good survivors. It's a huge tail. If you're not getting Shift W'd, you're playing against shitty survivors. Went on that one over there. It's It's really close to being done. Be careful. Gotta keep him away from that as much as I can. Yeah, I don't care. Trying to win. Took W to heal. Alright, so the mate just made a bad tactical decision in my opinion. We'll see if we can capitalize on it. They're killing each other now. Yeah, you have to use Vecna with his iridescence. I've said that since beta. Vecna without his, she's full healed already, by the way. Full healed, guys. Full healed from deep wound in 1 millisecond, and I can't take this anymore. They have a circle of healing. That's what that is. They're just meeting up with circle, and then they're gonna trade out, I'm guessing. Yeah, not happening. I literally can't kick my gen anymore, but you guys can insta-heal each other infinitely, which is really cute. She's gonna run past me now. Do I still get the trade? No, I don't. can't get rid of that circle of healing either. It's impossible. I lose the game if I go try to get rid of it. Have to scroll self unhook again. Might try to come in from outside, maybe keep an eye on that. She's injured. Where'd the other girl go? Isn't she like just here a second ago? Disable their magical items. Probably lose 2 gens for this, but I think it'll be okay. Most likely she's like around there somewhere, I don't know. Just make a guess. We'd get this to like 99% completed. Oh, she goes unhook already. That's just wild. I can literally abandon now if I wanted to. This match has drug on for so long. The no scratch marks is really painful. The Boon Haver is up here, huh? That is some crazy shit, W. I would have never guessed she was that far ahead of me already. Let's go drop down here. Where did she go? We just have to kind of assume that, like, that boon is probably exponential as well. Where is the heck? Damn! Get a map. Appreciate it, Fed Up. Very fun. You gotta tell me, what type of citizen are you? You are a rare one. Holy fuck. Into United Stats, so you pin G abusing 2? What? You say you pin G abusing 2? What the fuck does that mean? Ping abusing? United States? Did you actually look at the ping, or did you just see that I'm from the United States? Someone was salty. I'm guessing that was the K. Was Boros left like first, saying very boring or whatever? No. Yeah, I'm playing on EU servers. Okay, not a private profile, so I don't know. But yeah, that was a very, very sweaty match. Like, I mean, we all got a lot of points, I guess, so you can look at it that way. But that was like, that's like a typical high MMR match, right? Yeah, I can guarantee you that like 90% of the other people who say that you can play nice and win your matches would have probably got dumpstered this match and then been like, yeah, but that's super rare, so it's not a big deal. Like, sorry, I don't like that. I don't like to play in a way where it's like, I just lose matches because, and I should be okay with it. It's like, if you want me to play the game in a nicer way, then I want the game designed for that, you know?
Strange powers.
Like, design the game to where I feel rewarded for going for chases. I had to play tactically there from basically the OnStar, or I would have just lost it because they would have put me in a no-win situation. Yeah, you pretty much have to use his Eries to some degree. I really do believe that. Vecna's a very, very difficult killer because, like, the better the survivors get, the more difficult he becomes to play. Which I guess you could say that about any killer, but it's very noticeable. Like, I feel like he has abilities that dumpster like weaker survivors and abilities that do like almost nothing against good survivors. So it's like a huge offset. Noob Stomper, yeah. Like, I would still say Vecna is B tier. The strongest thing you can do with Vecna, if you're not using Iridescence, is you have to learn the exact spacing of spawning your skulls directly on top of people so they have, like, almost no time to react to it whatsoever. That's it. That's, like, his strongest thing. Yeah. Alright, I'm a little brain rotted. That was a very competitive match to have after like a 4 or almost 5 hour long stream. Yeah. As we take our final gander into the end result, we have Skull Merchant taking the dub over Trapper. Could have been different potentially, but you know, we tried out different things. Skull Merchant seemed to be able to deal with more situations because of her on-demand stealth. Whereas like when Trapper went against like Bully Swifts, it didn't feel like he could compete with it. Maybe that'll change someday. Kind of curious what you guys think the outcome will be. Like, who will be the worst killer in Dead by Daylight? Maybe the worst killer in DBD can have like a 1v1 with Myers after the end if people have like such an issue with it, because so many people tell me Myers is the worst killer in the game, and I really have never felt like I'm a super weak killer while playing Myers. Anyway, with that, much appreciated to everyone for hanging out today. Be back on tomorrow around the same time. So if it's late at night for you or early morning, depending on where you're at, I will see you then. So have a good rest of your day or night. Yes, I do play Survivor sometimes as well. And we'll be back with Clown versus Trickster for the probably the next 3 streams. So we'll see. That might be rage that you've never seen before, because I really, really hate Trickster. Like, Trickster gets me to the point where I'm like, I might just turn this game off and go live in a sewer type of mindset. Alrighty. Have a good one, guys. Peace.